European Union, with the bilateral trade reaching up to 14.25 billion euros. And this is a very significant amount at a time when India is also trying to expand its export destinations, especially after the signing of the India-EU FTA in January 2026. And in fact, both sides have set an ambitious target of 20 billion euros by 2029. And Italian investments in India also stands at around over $3.6 billion. And Indian companies are also there in significant numbers in Italy. So in every area, from defense to science and technology, from education to agriculture, in different areas, both India and Italy are cooperating with each other, and in fact, both are investing in each other.
Absolutely, Pranay. And this is the selfie that has been posted by Giorgia Meloni, the Italian Prime Minister, on Prime Minister Modi's arrival with the caption, "Welcome to Rome, my friend." And this is not the first time that Giorgia Meloni has posted this picture. In fact, everyone was waiting for this picture to be out. And the selfie has been now posted by the Italian Prime Minister herself. This is the Colosseum, which is a famous monument in Rome. And that is where this picture has been clicked, which has been posted by Giorgia Meloni herself, and it's a hit on social media. It's going viral on social media as always. And Pranay Upadhyay continues to stay with us. Pranay, and from this welcome, let's also focus on what will happen in the bilaterals. What all is on the agenda of this very crucial bilateral?
As I mentioned earlier, Anjali, both the leaders are going to talk about how the strategic action plan for 2025 to 2029 can be implemented with further strength, how India and Italy can expand their partnership in defense, in technology, in people-to-people ties, because defense cooperation has gained momentum, and regular joint defense committee meetings are also taking place between India and Italy. And MOU on industrial collaboration also likely. And the recent visit, Italian defense minister also said that both countries are exploring the possibilities of co-development, co-production, defense equipment alongside enhanced maritime cooperation. Prime Minister Modi is on a 5-nation tour. This is the last leg of his Europe tour. And in terms of expanding India's export destinations in Europe, especially after the signing of the India-EU FTA in January 2026, this is significant because Italy is one of the important trade destinations for India. And in terms of, in science and technology is also, both leaders are trying to expand the relation between India and Italy. And in fact, how both countries can work on joint products in artificial intelligence, in quantum technologies, in green hydrogen, clean energy. So all these are important areas where MOUs are likely. And in fact, multilateral cooperation is also significant between India and Italy, and both countries are coordinating for the multilateral cooperation as well, and coordinating their position in the international forums as well. Because next month, G7 meeting is also there. Italy is an important member of G7, and Prime Minister Modi is also invited by France for the G7 summit. So,
right.
So how both India and Italy can coordinate their positions in G7 as well. And one more important point, that Italy has expressed inclination towards, joining the IMAC, India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. This is a very ambitious project which links, India, West Asia, and Europe. So Italy has also, expressed, inclination for joining the IMAC. And in fact, there is a digital connectivity link which has recently been established from the Genoa port of Italy to India. And there is a data cable which was laid and connecting these two shores.
All right, Pranay, do stay with us. So those are all the details, and that is what can be expected from the bilaterals, and also about the ties, how the ties between the two countries are evolving. In fact, we're getting some more news. And it was a grand welcome for Prime Minister Modi in Italy, spiritual performance for Prime Minister Modi in Rome, classical dance performance to welcome Prime Minister Modi, and he also interacted with the Indian diaspora. So Prime Minister Narendra Modi witnessed a spiritual performance as he arrived at a hotel in Rome in Italy, and he witnessed a cultural performance as he arrived, and he also interacted with the Indian diaspora that was present there. We're showing you the visuals. First is the selfie that Giorgia Meloni has posted from the Colosseum, and then you can see the Indian diaspora that has gathered at the hotel to welcome Prime Minister Modi. He also interacted with them, and then of course the cultural performances that were performed to welcome the Prime Minister in Italy. Pranay Upadhyay continues to stay with us. Pranay, grand welcome for Prime Minister Modi in Italy. We can see the visuals, how cultural performances were performed, and also the Indian diaspora that has gathered in huge numbers to meet the Prime Minister.
Absolutely, Anjali. There is a significant Indian diaspora there. In fact, cultural and education exchange are also thriving between India and Italy, and there are about over 5,000 Indian students in Italy, and new initiatives like India Pavilion at the Venice Art Biennale is also there, and there are around 1.87 lakh Indians who are there contributing to the Italian economy as well, and in fact they are the living bridge between India and Italy. So definitely. Many Indians, those who were present there, gathered at the hotel at the place where to welcome Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And in fact, Prime Minister reciprocated to that warmth. And in fact, this is the strength of India's connection with many European countries. We have seen that how Indians have gathered in Netherlands, in Sweden, in Norway. And even in Italy, large number of Indians, those who are there, are gathered to welcome Prime Minister Modi. And in fact, this is the strength of India's relation with these European countries.
Absolutely, Pranay, do stay with us. So these are the visuals of the grand welcome of Prime Minister Modi in Italy. Let's also listen into some voices from Italy.
मुझे मोदी से मिलकर बहुत अच्छा लगा, ऐसा लगा जैसे कि हमने किसी भगवान को देख लिया हो पहली बार. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the Embassy of India who gave me the opportunity to attend this event.
We are very much delighted the way he came and addressed us, and we are very, very much happy, and this is the first time when we have got the chance to meet him. And it was a very, very special moment for us, and he has conveyed the message of oneness and togetherness, and he's with us always.
We are very happy to welcome him, and the way he is in youth and the people of the old age people, we are very happy, and thank you for Modi forever, Meloni forever.
कथक डांसर हूँ और मैं परफॉर्म किया काफ़ी बार इंडिया में. इंडिया 15 साल रह चुकी हूँ और बहुत अच्छा लगा. ग्रेट इमोशन, मतलब दिल से बहुत वो तुक लग रहा था, और मैं सोच रही हूँ कि ये ज़्यादा गिफ्ट है.
We played a traditional tune based on Raga Hamsadwani, and we make a composition together with all the musicians, creating together this piece for the Prime Minister of India.
What's your feeling now?
I feel full of energy and really motivated, yes, to spread more and more the Indian values and the Indian arts in Italy and all over Europe.
In fact, Prime Minister Modi also gets painting of Varanasi Ghat as a gift in Italy. So, painting of ghats of Varanasi, Prime Minister's Karma Bhumi. He's an MP from Varanasi, so he got that painting as a gift in Italy. And the painter also met with the Prime Minister and called it the best experience. So, the painter said that the bridge between Italy and Indian culture. So Prime Minister Narendra Modi was presented with a painting depicting the ghats of Varanasi, from where he is the Member of Parliament. And remember, he's in Italy, which is the last leg of his five-nation visit. All eyes were on his Italy visit, and he's finally arrived in Italy. It was a grand welcome for the Prime Minister, with the cultural performances, with the Indian diaspora gathered to welcome him. And also, he was presented with a painting of the Ghats of Varanasi. He was showing you the visuals, also the painting which was presented to him. Let's also listen into what the painter had to say.
Oh, the experience was fantastic. It's one of the best experiences, I tell you, because I was very close to such a personality, such a high personality in the world. And he's one of the most important person of the actual world. And he was very sweet. He shook my hands. To me, it's a bridge, you know, between the eyes of an Italian artist, you know, that look to the colorful culture of India.
So that is the painting of the Ghats of Varanasi that was presented to the Prime Minister when he arrived in Italy. And remember, Prime Minister Modi is the MP from Varanasi, and that's how he was welcomed. On one hand, you can see how Giorgia Meloni posted this picture on her social media saying, "Welcome to Rome, my friend." And on the other side, you can see the painting which was presented to Prime Minister Modi on his arrival. That's a picture of the Ghats of Varanasi. In fact, we just heard the painter also saying how it was the best experience to meet the Prime Minister, and how Prime Minister Modi is the one responsible for bridging the gap between the Italy and Indian culture. And let us also understand what is the importance of Prime Minister Modi's Italy visit. So this visit boosts India-Italy strategic partnership. It strengthens the ties between the two countries, that is India and Italy. We're already seeing the kind of welcome, the kind of warmth that Prime Minister Modi has already received. So this will definitely boost the strategic partnership between the two countries. It builds on the Modi-Meloni repo. So Modi-Meloni repo is being talked about across the world. People look forward to the two leaders meeting, to the pictures of the two leaders. So this will build on the two leaders' rapport. This deepens defense and security ties. So Prime Minister Modi's visit to Italy is also focusing on the defense and security ties between the two countries. It will also expand trade and investment links. So that is also a key focus of the bilateral that will be taking place. And this meeting will also focus on expanding the trade and investment links between the two nations. This will also advance technology cooperation. So technology cooperation is also something which is being looked at, and it will also strengthen the semiconductor partnership. So that's another crucial factor which this visit will help in, that is in strengthening the semiconductor partnership between India and Italy. And this will also promote clean energy collaboration. So that is also what the two leaders will be focusing on, and it enhances space and cyber cooperation. So space and cyber cooperation is another field in which the two countries will be working closely, and it also supports the India-European Union engagement. So it plays a crucial role in the engagement between the India and European Union as well, and this reinforces the Mediterranean outreach. That's one of the crucial things that all eyes will be on, the Mediterranean outreach. That is one of the key points of the agenda of the bilateral also. So let's take a look at what all is on the agenda of the Prime Minister for this Italy visit. So, of course, first and foremost, the bilateral with the Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, which will be happening shortly. Also, the review of the defense cooperation between the two countries to discuss trade and investment, as we already mentioned, and focus on semiconductors and AI. Also talks on clean energy partnership and talks on space, cyber and AI, and that is exactly why this visit is crucial. Also why Prime Minister Modi's visit to Italy is also crucial. Exchange views on Ukraine and West Asia crisis as well. So remember, Russia-Ukraine war and the West Asia crisis continues. So that is also what will be discussed. Preparations for the upcoming G20 and G7 engagements as well. So this is the significance of Prime Minister Modi's Italy visit, and these are the things, these are the topics that are on the agenda of the bilateral and the visit of Prime Minister Modi to Italy. And some more news coming in. Prime Minister Modi may meet Donald Trump at G7 summit amid the West Asia war. This could be the first time in over 16 months that Prime Minister Modi meets President Trump. President Trump will attend the G7 summit in France. The June 15 to 17 meeting will take place in Evian-le-Bain, France, and Prime Minister Modi has been invited by French President Emmanuel Macron to the G7 summit, and there is a possibility that he may meet Donald Trump as well, because Donald Trump will also be attending the G7 summit amid the West Asia war. India Today Global's Pranay Upadhyay is with us with more details on this. Pranay, so Prime Minister Modi has been invited by French President Emmanuel Macron to the G7 summit taking place in June, and there's a high possibility that he may meet Donald Trump as well.
Absolutely, the possibility remains, Anjali. In fact, this would be the first meeting of both the leaders since February 2025. In fact, last year, Prime Minister Modi and President Donald Trump missed each other. And in fact, President Donald Trump invited Prime Minister Modi, which he couldn't because of his prior engagements after the Canada G7 meeting. And in fact, besides that, in APEC summit in Malaysia, also both the leaders couldn't meet each other. So this still remains a possibility that if Prime Minister Modi travels to France next month, which is very likely, then both the leaders have a chance to have a bilateral meeting with each other, and this would be their first meeting since February 2025. And in between, many things have happened in bilateral relation as well, from tariffs to oil crisis to West Asia situation. So many things are there for the leaders to have engagement and have discussion. But before that, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio would also be visiting India later this month, for a Quad Foreign Ministers meeting. And India is chairing the Quad Foreign Ministers meeting from 23rd to 26th of May. Marco Rubio, U.S. Secretary of State, is scheduled to visit India, and in fact, U.S. is also organizing the 250th year celebration of the United States, the founding of the United States, and certain celebrations will also be taking place in India as well. And in fact, a grand celebration is likely in Washington D.C., for which many global leaders are expected to be invited. A heavy diplomatic agenda is lined up for next few months, and in fact, both U.S. and India are trying to strengthen their partnership, their relationship in terms of the defense cooperation, in terms of the bilateral trade agenda, and many things are there for both the leaders to discuss.
All right, Pranay. So, Prime Minister Modi has now been invited for the G7 summit by the French President Emmanuel Macron, which will be taking place from June 15 to 17. And what is also important to note that US President Donald Trump will also be attending the G7 summit, and there's a possibility that US President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Modi may meet at the G7 summit being held in France next month. Pranay, do stay with us. We're getting some more breaking news. And this is regarding the West Asia war. US President Donald Trump has once again sent mixed signals on Iran, sounding both ready for war and open to diplomacy signals. According to US media reports, Donald Trump held a key meeting with top national security officials to discuss the military options against Iran, even after announcing a temporary pause in possible strikes. Trump claimed that attacks could come within 2 to 3 days, mentioning Friday, Saturday, or early next week as possible timelines. But reports also say that Trump remains undecided on launching a military offensive. Trump himself said that he was just hours away from approving strikes before stepping back. Sources say Gulf nations warned Washington against escalation, fearing that Iranian retaliation on oil infrastructure and regional assets. So the big question now is Trump seriously preparing for war with Iran, or using the threat of strikes as pressure tactics to force Tehran back to the negotiating table?
And now we're blowing it away. We're blowing everything away, and we're going to end that war very quickly. They want to make a deal so badly. They're tired of this. Should have happened for 47 years. Somebody should have done something about it, and it's going to happen, and it's going to happen fast, and you're going to see oil prices plummet. They're going to come down. There's so much oil out there. They're going to come plummeting down.
Everyone tells me it's unpopular, but I think it's very popular. When they hear that it's having to do with nuclear weapons, weapons that could take out Los Angeles, could take out major cities very quick. When they hear that, you know, when they're explaining, I'll tell you what, when we explain it to people, I don't really have enough time to explain it to people. I'm too busy getting it done. When they understand, I think it's frankly very popular. But whether it's popular or not popular, I have to do it. Because I'm not going to let the world be blown up on my watch. It's not going to happen.
Well, first of all, I'd say it's a very complicated country, and it's a country that I wouldn't pretend that I understand, even after as deep as I've been involved in this process from the very beginning. It's a great and proud civilization, amazing people. We obviously have a great Iranian American community here in the United States of America, smart people, very hardworking, and you see some of that in the negotiating team on the other side. You also see some very hardline positions in the negotiating team on the other side. And so I think you see that conflict, the fact that maybe the Iranians aren't themselves quite clear in what direction they want to go to. They also are just a fractured country. So you have the leadership of the country, there's the supreme leader, and then there are a lot of officials below the supreme leader that has some influence in the negotiation. It's not sometimes totally clear what the negotiating position of the team is. And I don't know if that's sometimes bad communication, if that's bad faith. I wouldn't pretend to venture a guess there, but I will say with confidence, it's sometimes hard to figure out exactly what it is that the Iranians want to accomplish out of the negotiation. So what we've done is tried to be as clear as possible. What are our red lines? What are the things that we're willing to be accommodating on? And what are the things that we absolutely must have? And as the president has said ad nauseum, and I think I've said it a lot too, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. We want to see not just the commitment to not have a nuclear weapon, but the commitment to work with us on a process to ensure that not just now, not just when Donald Trump is president, but years down the road, that the Iranians are not rebuilding that nuclear capability. And that's what we're trying to accomplish in the negotiations.
So that's the remark that has been made by Donald Trump against sending mixed signals. In fact, we're also showing you the visuals in the middle of the sea. That's the patrolling being done by the United States. This video has been released by the US CENTCOM, in which you can see how US is patrolling in the sea. This comes amid the remarks which are being made by Donald Trump. My colleague Pranay Upadhyay continues to stay with us. Pranay, how do you look at these remarks and statements being made by Donald Trump? Is US genuinely preparing for attack on Iran, or is this again a strategy to bring Iran to the negotiating table?
The situation remains very precarious, very volatile in the West Asia region because the diplomatic engagement, the diplomatic negotiation between United States and Iran are in a stalemate position. And in fact, it's been 43 days of this ceasefire. President Donald Trump has extended ceasefires for the serious negotiation, but since it is not resulting into any breakthrough or any substantive outcome, and therefore President Donald Trump is also facing a push from his advisors as well that he should finish the job. And that's why both sides, if you see, are giving these mixed signals. On one side, they are engaging with each other for the diplomatic negotiation, but they're also preparing for a future military conflict because the possibility of a military conflict still exists, because the heavy military presence of the United States still exists in Strait of Hormuz region and in Arabian Sea around the Gulf of Oman. And besides that, there are reports coming in suggesting that Iran has also used this window to rebuild their military infrastructure, to recoup their military equipment, and in fact they stand prepared to withstand against the U.S. military strikes. And in fact, this situation is also volatile because this ceasefire has breached in last 43 days. If you see that, and last week only, two very significant and very worrisome events took place in West Asia. Saudi Arabia was hit by a drone strike, and besides that, a nuclear facility in United Arab Emirates was also targeted by a drone strike, though there is no report of radiation. But this clearly shows that, at repeated instances, the ceasefire is reaching, and in fact, the Strait of Hormuz is still closed after 77 days of this conflict. And this situation makes things more volatile. It makes things more complicated. And that's why, President Donald Trump is giving indication that he wants to give diplomacy a chance. But he has almost given orders for the United States military to finish the agenda, to finish the job and carry out further military strikes against Iran.
All right, Pranay, thank you so much for all those details and for that context. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates on the story that we're closely tracking. Let's also listen into what Donald Trump had earlier said on Iran begging to crack a deal.
We have to have a safe country. We have to have a great country. We have to make sure that Iran doesn't get a nuclear weapon. All of the things that you see me fighting for so hard. And it's always tough. We're negotiating with Iran, and then you have the Democrats, I call them the Democrats, putting in a bill that Trump should immediately stop. You know how it is to negotiate with a country where you're beating them badly. They come to the table, they're begging to make a deal, because they're begging to make a deal. I hope we don't have to do the war, but we may have to give them another big hit. We may have to give them another big hit. I'm not sure yet. You'll know very soon. But how do you feel when you're negotiating? You're winning every point, and they say, but in Washington, they want to stop you from negotiating. They want to stop you, and it's only political. It's the Democrats. They're dumb. It's a new name. It's a very accurate name. So I'm in the middle of a negotiation. I'm saying you cannot have a nuclear weapon, and it comes over the wire that the Democrats want to stop Trump from further negotiations. They want to stop Trump from, if he has to, giving them another slap. They want to have a nuclear weapon to blow up the Middle East and to blow up, frankly, the world. It's not going to happen.
And let's now take a look at Donald Trump's flip-flops on Iran, how he has been changing his stand and statements in the past few days. So on May 17, Donald Trump said that clock is ticking for Iran to strike a deal. That was what he said on May 17, and that there won't be anything left of Iran. But on May 18, he said that he has scheduled attack against Iran. He had scheduled an attack against Iran, which has now been postponed. So on May 17, clock is ticking for Iran to strike a deal. On May 18, scheduled attack against Iran has now been postponed. And then comes May 19, when he says that Iran is begging for a deal. So three different statements on 3 consecutive days. On May 17, he also said that there won't be anything left of Iran. But on May 18, he said that serious negotiations are now taking place. So just one day after saying that there won't be anything left of Iran, he changed his statement saying that negotiations are underway with Iran. And then comes May 19, when he said that he might have to give Iran another hit. So first threatens Iran, then says negotiations are underway, and then again the next day he threatens Iran. And that's how he has been changing his stand and statements. With that, it's a wrap on this. We are slipping into a very short break. We'll be right back with more on the TVK government, how trouble it seems to be mounting for the TVK government in Tamil Nadu. Stay with us for more on this on the other side.
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you in the sky of our own. Feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
Character, the taste of success.
Like I said before, we better own the sins. Like I said before, we better own the sins.
The action never stops, and neither do we. From breaking updates to match analysis, from big moments to bigger conversations. This is where sports comes alive. Fast, sharp, unfiltered. For the fans who want every update, every story, every headline first. Welcome to Sports Today, your destination for everything sports. Press that bell icon and subscribe now.
My problem is not with the message. My problem is with the manner in which the messages come, and more importantly, the timing. Suddenly, elections over, you've given the country a reality check. And that's why there's panic.
Welcome back, and we're getting some breaking news from down south. Now, CPIM has threatened to reconsider supporting the TVK government in Tamil Nadu. It has said that people's mandate was against the DMK and AIADMK, and it has claimed that TVK, if tries to add AIADMK in the cabinet, they will be against people's mandate, and it has also said that it will then reconsider extending support in such a situation. So CPIM's P. Shanmugam has said that left parties and VCK announced support from outside for the TVK with the aim that people-chosen government should form in Tamil Nadu, and so it was formed. It is against the people's mandate for them to take AIADMK support or making them part of the cabinet. And Vijay said, cleanse governance, and this will be against it. People had voted against the DMK and the AIADMK, and the TVK government is continuing by getting support from one such team will be against the people's mandate, and hence CPIM will be reconsidering whether to support the TVK government or not in that situation. And CPIM Secretary P. Shanmugam has said that he truly believes that TVK will not go to such an extent, and if they try to do so by adding a team from AIADMK or form the government with the AIADMK being a part of it, definitely CPIM is going to reconsider its decision. So that is the warning that has been given by the CPIM, saying that if AIADMK support is accepted by the TVK, then CPIM will be reconsidering whether it will support the TVK government or not. Listen in.
தேர்ந்தெடுக்கப்பட்ட ஒரு அரசு தமிழ்நாட்டில் அமைய வேண்டும் என்கிற நோக்கத்தோடு தாவேகாவுக்கு வெளியிலிருந்து ஆதரவு தருவது என்கிற முறையில் இடதுசாரி கட்சிகள் விடுதலை சிறுத்தைகள் நாங்கள் அறிவித்திருக்கிறோம். அந்த அடிப்படையில் ஆட்சி என்பது அமையப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. அதிமுகவை அவர்கள் அமைச்சரவையில் சேர்த்துக் கொள்வதோ அவர்களுடைய ஆதரவை தொடர்ந்து பெறுவது என்பதோ மக்களுடைய தீர்ப்புக்கு எதிரானது. அவர் சொல்லியிருக்கிற கிளீன் கவர்னன்ஸ், ஒரு நல்லாட்சி என்பதற்கே விரோதமாக அது அமையும். ஏற்கனவே அதிமுக திமுக அணி ரெண்டுக்கும் எதிராகத்தான் மக்கள் வாக்களித்திருக்கிறார்கள். அத்தகைய அணியினுடைய ஒரு ஆதரவை பெற்று தாவேகா என்பது ஆட்சியில் தொடர்வது என்பது மக்களுடைய தீர்ப்புக்கு விரோதமாக அமையும். நிச்சயமாக அத்தகைய ஒரு நிலைக்கு அவர்கள் செல்ல மாட்டார்கள் என்று நான் நம்புகிறேன். மீறி அவர்கள் அதிமுகவுடைய ஒரு கோஷ்டியை சேர்த்துக் கொள்வதோ அதிமுகவோடு சேர்ந்து கொண்டு ஆட்சி அமைப்பதோ என்கிற முடிவுக்கு தாவேகா செல்லுமானால் நிச்சயமாக எங்களுடைய முடிவை நாங்கள் மறுபரிசீலனை செய்வோம்.
And my colleague Pramod Madhav is now joining us with more details on this. Pramod, all does not seem to be well within the Tamil Nadu coalition government, as CPIM is clearly upset over TVK accepting the support of the AIADMK MLAs and has even warned that it might reconsider its support.
But I think the important aspect here is that, like, after Chief Minister Vijay took charge, what he did was that he went and met several leaders of the state, including the former Chief Minister and DMK President M.K. Stalin. However, he so far has not met Edappadi K. Palaniswamy, who is the General Secretary of AIADMK, but went and met the rebel MLAs, and that is what led to all these speculations. In fact, even EPS claiming that there have been talks about 6 rebel MLAs getting ministerial berth in this particular cabinet, and even calling it as horse trading. And this is where CPI, CPIM have very clearly stated that they will not support any kind of such activities because it is against the people's mandate. And in fact, confirming our news break that DMK and DDMK come together, and that even that point, CPM is the one that opposed it, claiming that it is not the people's mandate. And now they're stating the same thing, that if such a thing happens and if Vijay continues to take the support from AIDMK faction, or even making adding them into the cabinet, it is against the people's mandate, and CPM will definitely reconsider extending the support. How much it will affect the TVK government is entirely different, but definitely optic-wise, if TVK goes ahead and takes the support of the AIDMK, that will cause a lot of ripples in the political forum in Tamil Nadu.
Which party will the TVK be preferring? Because the AIADMK or the left? Because with the AIADMK, the party, the government will be in a much comfortable position if it accepts the support from the AIADMK MLAs.
Well, the thing is that TVK became as a kind of a change for DMK and AIDMK. That is how they actually went ahead and propagated and met the people, and their campaign was. So even in the letter that was given to the governor, the support of Congress, VCPM, CPI, VCK and IUML were the only the parties that were given to the governor itself. So that alone is comfortable for Vijay to go ahead and continue his governance in the state of Tamil Nadu. However, AIDMK is bringing 25 MLAs. If he brings in, he will have a comfortable majority. However, that also means that quite a lot of issues might occur within this particular TVK as well. Actually, there is also one more talk that if issues have go out of proportion within AIDMK, this is the last resort. Possibly all 25 AIDMK MLAs might resign and they can face the elections once again under TVK ticket as well. But those are last resorts. For now, PM Vijay does not want to respond to any of this because he already has 121 required majority. So 118 is the number, but he has 121 so far. So he doesn't want to even respond to this. But it looks like AIDMK rebel faction is trying to state that they want to extend their support. They want to get out of NDA alliance and things. So those things need to be taken care of. But CM Vijay is much more concentrating on state affairs for now. And if needed, during all this will be answered during the expansion of the cabinet soon, Anjali, which we are expecting either today or tomorrow. So if AIDMK rebel MLAs get any kind of position, that will lead to another political chaos in the state, Anjali.
All right, Pramod, thank you for those details. In fact, we'll keep coming back to you for more updates on how this story develops. So clearly some confusion and trouble mounting for the TVK coalition government in Tamil Nadu, with the CPIM now warning TVK that if it joins hands with the AIDMK and offers it cabinet berths, then CPIM will reconsider its support to the government. And some more breaking news coming in. This is from West Bengal. Big Bengal quota reject by Shuvendu government. Bengal OBC reservation overhaul. But what is important to note that Muslim caste groups have been left out of the quota list. So the Shuvendu Adhikari-led new BJP government in West Bengal on Tuesday announced a complete overhaul of Bengal's OBC reservation list, reducing the total quota from 17% to 7%. The decision is in line with the Calcutta High Court order from May 2024, in which it ruled that the state shall have only 7% OBC quota with 66 categories in total. In the previous regime, Bengal's OBC list was split into two categories, OBC A 10% and OBC B 7%. During Mamata Banerjee's tenure, the list was expanded to add multiple subcastes, mostly from the Muslim community. OBC A had 49 caste groups listed, while OBC B had 91. And with the new BJP government scrapping the old list, a large number of Muslim subcastes who were earlier added to the list shall no longer get OBC quota benefits in the state of West Bengal. My colleague Anupam Mishra is now joining us with more details on this. Anupam, we're learning that the Muslim castes have been left out of the quota list in West Bengal after this overhaul by the Shuvendu government. Give us more details on this.
Norms for OBC reservation in college and university admissions, scaling it down to 7% from 17%. And yesterday's notice signed by Department Secretary Sanjay Bansal invokes a May 2024 Calcutta High Court order where Mamata government moved to have 10% reservation for OBC category A and 7% for OBC category B. The Bengal government has now scrapped category A reservation. So the maximum number of reservations, the majority among the 74 subcastes which were Muslims, now dropped.
Anupam, thank you for those details and for that context on the overhaul that has been done in West Bengal by the Shuvendu government, in which now the Muslim caste groups are not included in the quota list. And all eyes are now on Bengal's high-voltage Falta repoll that will be happening tomorrow. The political battle taking a dramatic turn just hours before voting, with the TMC candidate withdrawing from the race in a major setback for Mamata Banerjee's party. Jahangir Khan has abruptly withdrawn from the contest, saying he wants golden Falta, peace and development in the constituency. Khan insists that he does not want to stand in the way of development initiatives announced for the area. But the BJP is calling the move a political surrender. Chief Minister Shuvendu Adhikari launching a blistering attack on both the TMC leadership and Jahangir Khan, saying Pushpa jhuk gaya, and claiming Khan ran away because he had no option left. The TMC meanwhile says Khan's withdrawal is a personal decision, alleging intimidation, arrests of over 100 party workers and vandalism of TMC offices in the run-up to the repoll.
हमारे साथ इस वक्त है कुणाल घोष। कुणाल दा, ये जो जहांगीर खान जिसे पुष्पा कहा जा रहा था, वो अब मुखर गए, चुनाव नहीं लड़ेंगे, क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, हम लोग भी सुना है, डिटेल तो अभी नहीं पता, लेकिन ये पार्टी के लिए बहुत खराब हुआ, बैड, ये नहीं होना चाहिए। और ये वहाँ पे कोई डर का महल, ये भाजपा ईसी ये डर का महल पैदा किया या नहीं किया, और अगर किया तो पुष्पा तो झुकेगा नहीं, तो झुक गया क्यों, ये भी देखना होगा। तो वो तो डायमंड हार्बर वो लोकसभा कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी का अंडर में है, हमारा ऑनरेबल अभिषेक बनर्जी का वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी है, और ये फलता से उनका लीड बहुत बहुत ज्यादा था। तो ऐसा क्यों हुआ, अभिषेक बनर्जी जी वो एनालाइज कर रहे होंगे।
आई एम नॉट हैप्पी अबाउट दिस, इज नॉट अ गुड थिंग फॉर द पार्टी। Our official spokesman, Kunal Ghosh, has already given a statement in the matter in vernacular media. This is part of Abhishek Banerjee's constituency. Maybe he will give a statement later on. Otherwise, the party, I am in Delhi, but the party will definitely consider the matter and give their opinion regarding same. We have to find out if there was an atmosphere of fear created by the ruling party.
And now shifting focus, we are getting some more breaking news. This is regarding Twisha death case. Now the doctor who treated Twisha speaks out. Dr. Satheesan, who treated Twisha, has said that Twisha came to him for treatment. However, as a doctor, he cannot breach a patient's privacy. Therefore, he cannot disclose to the media what treatment Twisha underwent or which medications the doctor prescribed to her. And he has gone on to say that this is a very sensitive case. As a professional, if summoned by the court or the police, then he will certainly share the course of treatment, but not with the media. So this is what Dr. Satheesan, who treated Twisha, has said. Remember, he was mentioned by Twisha's mother-in-law as well, when she claimed that Twisha was undergoing a psychiatric treatment, and this is the doctor that she had named, and the doctor has now finally broken silence, and he has said that he cannot reveal the treatment or the medication because he has to keep the patient's privacy confidential, and those are some ethics that the doctors have to follow. But he has also said that if he is summoned by the court or the police, then he will certainly share all the details. Let's listen in.
देखिए, इम्पॉर्टेंट बात यह है कि निश्चित तौर पर वो मेरे पास ट्रीटमेंट के लिए आई थी, लेकिन पेशेंट की फाइन डिटेल्स देना, उनकी मेडिकल हिस्ट्री देना, उनकी दवा के बारे में जानकारी देना, और ख़ासकर जब ऐसा कोई मामला चल रहा हो तो वहाँ पर हम पब्लिकली इस बात को कहीं पर भी नहीं बोल सकते। जहाँ पर भी जो न्याय प्रक्रिया है उसका अगर जहाँ पर भी मेरी ज़रूरत पड़ेगी तो वहाँ पर मैं उस बारे में बात कर सकता हूँ, जो भी मेरे पास जानकारी है। जितने भी मानसिक स्वास्थ्य से जुड़े हुए मुद्दे रहते हैं वहाँ पर दवा और काउंसलिंग दोनों का रोल होता है, तो लगभग हर पेशेंट में कारगर होती है, तो हम सभी को सुझाते हैं। मैं केवल उनकी बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, लगभग सभी पेशेंट्स में काउंसलिंग काम करती है।
In fact, Twisha's cousin Naina also spoke exclusively with India Today's Twisha Sharma on the probe that has been going on so far, and she also made some explosive claims. Listen in.
How well did you know Twisha? What had she shared with you about her marriage, about her husband, about her mother-in-law?
Very little is known about her marriage, because right after her marriage, her brother's marriage was scheduled and she got busy with that. Later, her father experienced a heart attack and she got again busy with that. And as in when the torture started unfolding, she started keeping, she cut off all the ties with the friends, and she started speaking personally to her mother and her father and her brother. So we got to know all the details later after this happened, because we knew that this girl is full of life and she's going to have a beautiful married life. Because as I speak about Twisha, I've known her since the age of 6. So I know that how compassionate that person was and how determined she was about her life. The last time when I spoke to her in my house, she told me that, Nana, I want to have a beautiful life and I want to also have a child. So it is unfathomable that my sister would go and get a child abort unless she has been through a torture and she didn't want to inflict the same torture on her unborn child. So this could be one of the reasons why my sister aborted.
How would you describe Twisha's nature before the marriage, during the marriage when she was ready to commit to the family, to commit to Samarth, and later when you're saying that she started distancing herself?
Right. So, ma'am, there is one particular reason. There's a timeline of the behavior that they're saying that she was schizophrenic, this and that, nothing of that sort. She has been through a lot of ups and downs with career, and she was very well known in the South industry also. She did a lot of campaigns with hair, brands as well. So before the marriage, everything was just fine. She was happy. She was in relationship with this guy. But I want to tell you that this girl was very compassionate and very loving person. She cannot see through people. And this guy probably noticed this thing about her. A very positive behavior and very positive, you can say, trait about her was used against her. And he started breaking her psychologically. And he knew that probably I can break her down right after the marriage. And I'll tell you one more thing about her. Though she was very compassionate, but at the same time, she was very, very, very bold. And she was very strong about her opinion. So probably the patriarchal mindset could not accept that my sister has her own opinion. And that probably, made him angry. And he's a criminal lawyer. He would not listen to anybody except for himself. So I think this is a very typical narcissist behavior, which could not understand and which could not understand the women's psychology. And he started breaking her down one day at a time.
Character, the taste of success.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Am I right in saying the global reserves have fallen by nearly 380 million barrels since the war began?
The supply declined by about 11 million, but the gap between supply and demand now, because of the decline in demand, is way, way smaller than that. So if you look at the number of flights being canceled, for example, we have globally over 100,000 flights being canceled. That is demand decline in jet fuel as a result of that. But we have demand decline in so many ways. Even if you look at India, for example, look at India's imports, for example, in March and April. It declined substantially, it declined significantly. But now, basically, it is back to almost normal for India. We've seen a decline in inventories in India. We've seen a decline in India's petroleum exports because you need to use that domestically. So we are seeing all those reactions to higher prices and shortages around the world. So the gap between supply and demand right now is way smaller than what we've seen before.
What do you see happening in countries like India, which are heavily dependent on oil imports a large part of our oil and gas coming through the Strait of Hormuz. What happens to countries like India? Are countries like China, for example, which you mentioned at the outset, far better placed? And how do you see the scenario unfolding for India in the next month? Assuming the war continues. Assuming the blockade continues.
Right. India is in a very difficult situation, not only when it comes to oil and gas. As you know, there was a problem in LPG, and still we have a problem in LPG. We have a problem with fertilizers. We have a problem with helium. So the problems are not only oil and gas, and they extend to other things. So India is really in a difficult position, and simply because India was growing at very high rates. So the impact on economic growth is very significant because of this high growth. What India basically, the pain that India already had and the pain that India will have next month is already a done deal. We cannot do much about it. But the issue here is, what are the lessons that we learned from this experience so this will not happen again?
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
LIC हर पल आपके साथ।
A very good morning to all our viewers. You're watching First Up on India Today. I am Anjali Pandey. Lots lined up for you in this bulletin. But first, let's take a look at the headlines. The big Prime Minister Modi-Meloni meet in Rome. Italian Prime Minister posts picture, says, "Welcome to Rome, my friend." Big focus on maritime security in bilaterals. Spotlight on Mediterranean access. PM Modi may meet Donald Trump at G7 summit amid war. Trump to attend G7 summit. Modi invited too. Modi-Trump war. Trump to attend G7 summit. Modi invited too. Modi-Trump may meet for the first time in 16 months. G7 summit. Uncertainty looms over West Asia. Another big claim by Donald Trump, says postponed strikes on Iran. Says Iran begging to make a deal. Vance asserts Iran can't have nukes. Tehran refuses to bow before threats. Says ready for any military aggression. Falter repolling less than 24 hours away, but TMC candidate Jahangir Khan withdraws, says won't block Falta's development. TMC alleges intimidation by the BJP, accuses Election Commission of turning a blind eye. Chief Minister Shubhendu Adhikari mocks, says Pushpa jhuk gaya. Heat wave grips northern India. Delhiites face scorching heat. Yellow alert in national capital. Residents experience peak summer as mercury soars past 45 degrees. And at the top of this hour, we're getting some breaking news from down south, where DMK MLA Anita Radhakrishnan has once again attacked Chief Minister Vijay, and this time he has attacked Chief Minister Vijay, accusing him of using religion for votes. So the DMK MLA has said that Chief Minister becomes Joseph Vijay for the Christian and uses just Vijay to grab the Hindu votes. That is the statement that has been made by DMK MLA Anita Radhakrishnan. He has also claimed that DMK will come to power in 4 to 6 months. So first, there was a personal attack which was made by the MLA on Vijay, asking why were Vijay's wife and kids not present at the oath ceremony. And now he has said that Vijay used his religion in order to attract votes. He used the name Joseph Vijay to grab the Christian votes, and he used just Vijay for the Hindu votes. That is the statement that has been made. So DMK MLA has accused Chief Minister Vijay of using religion to seek votes in the assembly elections, and he has also claimed that DMK will be back in power in the next 4 to 6 months. Listen in.
Joseph Radhakrishnan, Anita Radhakrishnan. நம்ம ஆட்சி வெயிட்னு நினைக்காதுங்க. 4 மாசம் இல்ல 6 மாசம். நம்ம காலத்துல தான் அவன் நின்றுட்டு இருக்கான். இப்போ நம்ம உருவணும் வைக்கிற 2 கம்யூனிஸ்ட், விடுதலை சிறுத்தை, இந்திய யூனியன் முஸ்லீம் லீக் எல்லாம் உருவிட்டோன்னு வைங்க. ஒரு இடத்துல விஜய்னு போட வேண்டியது, இன்னொரு இடத்துல ஜோசப் விஜய்னு போட வேண்டியது. கிறிஸ்தவர் ஓட்ட வாங்கினா ஜோசப் விஜய், இந்து ஓட்ட வாங்கினா விஜய், வெறும் விஜய். காங்கிரஸ்.
And let's also listen into what the DMK MLA had earlier said, the personal attack that he made against Chief Minister Vijay.
இன்னும் 4 மாதம் தான் இந்த ஆட்சி இருக்கும் என்பதை நான் சொல்லிக்கொள்ள கடமைப்பட்டிருக்கின்றேன். திருச்சி தேர்தல் எங்களுடைய தளபதி போட்டியிட வேண்டும் என்ற தீர்மானத்தை இன்றைக்கு காலையில் நாங்கள் வச்சிருக்கோம். என்ன தொகுதி எப்படி தெரியுமா? அப்படியே சிங்கப்பூர் மாதிரி மாத்தி வச்சிருந்தாரு. ஆனா கேடு கட்ட அந்த தொகுதி மக்கள் நினைத்து பார்க்க முடியுமா? அந்த வகையிலே தளபதி தான் அடுத்த முதலமைச்சர். அடுத்த முதலமைச்சர் 4 மாசம் 6 மாசம் கழிச்சு விஜய் உட்கார்ந்து போது பாவம் சட்டமன்றத்தில் நாங்க பார்க்கும்போது எங்களுக்கே இதா இருக்கு. கண்ணு மூடிட்டு ஏதோ வாயில போட்டிருக்காரு. பெண்களெல்லாம் பாதுகாக்க போறேன்னு சொல்லிய முதல்ல உன்னுடைய மனைவிக்கு நீ பதில் சொல்லு, உன்னுடைய மகனுக்கு பதில் சொல். நீ அமைச்சராக முதலமைச்சராக பதவியிட்டிய, உன்னுடைய மனைவி வந்தாளா இல்ல உன்னுடைய மகன் வந்தாளா?
And my colleague Pramod Madhav is now joining us on this story. Pramod, DMK MLA Anita Radhakrishnan has once again attacked Chief Minister Vijay, this time claiming and accusing him of using religion to strategically to attract votes, to seek votes. And he has said that Vijay strategically used the name Joseph Vijay in order to seek the Christian as well as Hindu votes.
Actually, essentially, and he's saying like 3 important things. The first and foremost is that Chief Minister Vijay becomes Vijay for Hindu votes, and for Christian votes he converts into Joseph Vijay. And the second aspect is that like he constantly claims that this government will not survive for more than 4 to 6 months, and he also actually accusing the voters of especially Thoothukudi voters who were Christian majority that they voted for Vijay because he became Joseph Vijay, while M.K. Stalin did not see any religion or caste. These are the allegations, and the important allegation is that he claims Congress ran away within a night span, and he said that such a Congress must be wiped out of Tamil Nadu. So he has and in one speech itself, he has irritated both the chief TVK cadres and Congress cadres as well, Anjali.
All right, Pramod, thank you for those details. So another attack being made by DMK MLA after the personal attack, asking why was the estranged wife and kids not present at the oath-taking ceremony. Now he has claimed and accused Vijay of using his religion in order to seek the Christian and Hindu votes. And some more breaking news coming in. The Melody moment is here. Prime Minister Modi has arrived in Italy, and Giorgia Meloni, the Italian Prime Minister, has posted a selfie with Prime Minister Modi with the caption, "Welcome to Rome, my friend." So Meloni has posted this selfie with Prime Minister Modi. It was the much awaited selfie of this tour. Remember, this is the last leg of the 5-nation tour. And Prime Minister Modi has now arrived in Italy. A bilateral is also scheduled, but on his arrival, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni has posted this picture on social media. She has posted it on her account with the caption, "Welcome to Rome, my friend." You can see Prime Minister Modi along with Giorgia Meloni. This is the Colosseum in Rome, and Prime Minister Modi received a grand welcome in Italy. There were cultural performances that were performed. In fact, Indian diaspora had also gathered over there in order to welcome Prime Minister Modi. Prime Minister Modi also interacted with the Indian diaspora. But here is the picture that everyone was waiting for. And this is not the first time that Giorgia Meloni has posted a selfie with Prime Minister Modi. This has happened in the past also. And these pictures go immediately viral on social media. And the picture that we all had been waiting for is here, posted by Giorgia Meloni herself. And India Today's Geeta Mohan is now joining us with more details on this. Geeta, the selfie is here. Giorgia Meloni has posted this selfie with Prime Minister Modi along with the caption, "Welcome to Rome, my friend."
Well, again, this is going to be one of the highlights of this five-nation tour that Prime Minister Modi has been on. The Italy leg is important. There are going to be various aspects of conversations between the two sides and some very important announcements as well. But it's the optics that really take the social media by storm, as also people and their interest in what the two leaders are going to say, what are they going to do. A selfie moment for sure. And here you have it, the Italian Prime Minister herself posting about the meeting, and very excited to yet again meet her friend Prime Minister Modi. So again, a visit that is going to be quite important for India when it comes to India-Europe cooperation. But this is the Colosseum, and we're looking at a historic picture, and yet again a selfie. It seems like Prime Minister Meloni knows the importance of a selfie, and how in the past it has always gone completely viral. So yet another, a small moment, a micro moment, so to say, in Italy between Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Meloni on how we see the camaraderie, the friendship, quite thick, and only that it should translate into some concrete development and forward movement on the official Italy-India ties as well. So a viral moment that has been highlighted and growing only when it comes to India-Italy partnership, again reflecting the strong camaraderie that the two leaders share.
Absolutely. And Geeta, from the selfie, let's also shift our focus to the bilateral that is scheduled, that will be taking place between the two leaders shortly. What all is on the agenda?
Well, on the agenda when it comes to India-Italy bilateral are various aspects, and they always have been, because there are many important aspects when it comes to conversations between the two leaders, and it's the partnership between the two countries when it comes to trade, when it comes to business, at a time when everybody's questioning the disruptions in global supply chains, whether if it was in the past because of China or for that matter this time because of the war. There are certain positions that India and Italy have taken when it comes to the war itself. And that certainly is going to be important when the leaders meet and speak. The position they've taken on the war, the need and necessity of ensuring that they become a voice when it comes to concerns that both the leaders have regarding the war that is impacting and affecting life everywhere. They are going to also hold discussions, and the visit is going to focus on India-Italy cooperation, especially a push maybe on the IMEC corridor sector, which is the India-Middle East-Europe economic corridor. It's India, Europe, and the West Asia and West Asia project, which also heavily involves America. So this is going to be there's going to be major thrust on reviewing IMEC and how to go forward, how to move forward on that. There is also going to be, according to Prime Minister Modi himself, he'll be visiting the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations based out of Italy, and a commitment to global food security. That certainly is going to happen during the visit. But conversations are also going to focus on strategic and defense cooperation between the two sides as well. So yes, there is going to be expansion of cooperation in energy, trade, sustainability, digital technologies, and strategic.
Absolutely, Geeta, do stay with us. So it is definitely going to be strategic. And upon his arrival, Prime Minister Modi has arrived in Italy. This is the last leg of the five-nation tour, and he has arrived in Italy. And in fact, we are also showing you the visuals, the picture, the selfie that has been posted by Giorgia Meloni with the caption, "Welcome to Rome, my friend." That's the caption that Giorgia Meloni has posted along with the picture. This is the selfie that everyone was waiting for. Everyone was excited about Prime Minister Modi's Italy visit, and the selfie is finally here. Now, what comes next? Next comes the bilateral. So Prime Minister Modi will now be meeting Italian President Sergio Mattarella, hold bilateral talks with Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, and also participate in other diplomatic engagements before departing for India. The Modi-Meloni bonhomie has become a defining diplomatic talking point in the recent years. Interactions between the two leaders have drawn attention since 2023. Their latest meeting is expected to further deepen the India-Italy strategic ties. The visit comes amid strong momentum in India-Italy relations, with both sides actively advancing the joint Strategic Action Plan 2025 to 2029. A broad framework for cooperation across multiple sectors. Now, these include trade, defense and security, clean energy, innovation, science and technology, and also people-to-people exchanges. And India Today Global's Pranay Upadhyay is now joining us with more details on this. Pranay, with the West Asia crisis still going on, and also the tensions that we are witnessing in the Strait of Hormuz, how significant does this meeting between the two leaders, the Prime Minister Modi and the Italian Prime Minister, become?
Anjali, if you see the significance of this meeting, this is the first bilateral meeting, first bilateral visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi to Italy. And in fact, Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni warmly welcomed Prime Minister Modi. They have their own, very significant and very popular selfie moment as well at the Colosseum in Rome. And you know that the kind of bond which both the leaders share with each other since 2023, this is their 8th meeting, and both the leaders will be holding bilateral talks today. And in fact, in the agenda of the bilateral talks, how to deepen, how to broaden the scope of the India-Italy Joint Strategic Action Plan, which has a span of from 2025 to 2029 in 4 years. Both the countries have decided to expand and have to achieve the ambitious target of 20 million euro bilateral trade, and how to deepen their cooperation in terms of the green technology, in terms of artificial intelligence, how both countries can coordinate for the international organizations as well. You mentioned about the West Asia crisis. Europe is also reeling through a pressure, and Indian economy is also facing the heat because of the ongoing West Asia crisis. So for the forthcoming G7 meeting in France, how India and Italy can coordinate, because G7 is an important organization where Italy is a member and India is also among the special invitee. So for that meeting, how both countries can coordinate, and besides the bilateral agenda, Prime Minister is also going to visit the FAO, the international organization which takes care of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, because India has, its commitment as a big contributor for the FAO, and India has its own commitment for the global food security. India is one of the most populous country on the planet, and in fact, we have our concern regarding the food security, and due to the ongoing West Asia crisis, Anjali, the fertilizer crisis crisis has also emerged as an important area of concern for many economies, from Brazil to Australia, from India to Indonesia. We are seeing a shortage of fertilizers. And in fact, you have seen Prime Minister Narendra Modi's recent appeal, wherein he said that, the usage of chemical-based fertilizer should be reduced, and we should go for more organic, fertilizers and organic farming.
Right.
So this clearly shows that, what are the concerns, why these two leaders are meeting, and what could be, in the agenda of their discussions.
Absolutely, Pranay. Pranay, do stay with us. So those are the details of what can be expected from this bilateral. Let's also understand what is the importance of Prime Minister Modi's Italy visit. So this will boost the India-Italy strategic partnership. The ties have been becoming stronger with each passing year, and this will further boost the ties between the two countries. It also builds on the Modi-Meloni repo, as we already mentioned that since 2023, all eyes have been on whenever Prime Minister Modi meets Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. So this will build on the rapport between the two leaders further. It will also deepen the defense and security ties between India and Italy, and also further expanding the trade and investment links. That is going to be the key focus also of the bilateral. This will also advance the technology cooperation between the two countries. So that will also be discussed. It will also strengthen the semiconductor partnership. So semiconductor is also on the agenda, the discussion on semiconductors, and this meeting will be strengthening the partnership as far as semiconductors are concerned. This will also help in promoting clean energy collaboration between India and Italy, and it will also enhance the space and cyber cooperation, and further supporting the India and the European Union engagement as well. And it will also help in reinforcing the Mediterranean outreach. That will also be one of the key agendas of the bilateral. Pranay Upadhyay continues to stay with us. Pranay, also tell us about the IMEC corridor that is also likely to be discussed in the bilaterals.
Recently, Anjali, Italy has also expressed its willingness to join the IMEC corridor. You know that the IMEC is India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, which was launched in India on the sidelines of the G20 summit, which held in New Delhi in September 2023. And after that, it links the IMEC corridor is a multifaceted linkage between from port connectivities to digital connectivity. It links India to Europe via Middle East, and many countries, including Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Israel, are part of it. And in fact, it extends up to Cyprus, and Italy has also expressed its willingness to join the IMEC corridor. And in fact, as recent as 2 months ago, a data cable was laid connecting the Genoa port, which is in the southern part of Italy, to Indian shores. It has come to Indian shores, and in fact, this is the first direct digital connectivity link between Italy and India. And digital connectivity is also an important part of IMEC corridor. And in fact, as you mentioned, that artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, the smart technologies are also important parts of discussion between India, Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Meloni during these, today's bilateral talks between India and Italy. And in fact, how these countries can come together, how we can connect our systems in terms of, port connectivity, in terms of the data connectivity, in terms of the people-to-people contact, the migration and mobility of Indian professional in Italy. As you know, that around 1.8 lakh Indians are there in Italy. They are contributing to the Italian economy. And in fact, over 5,000 Indian students are also there. Italy is also welcoming a large number of Indian students in the Italian universities. This clearly shows that they are the living bridge of this partnership, besides the connectivity links between India and Italy in terms of the IMEC, in terms of the flight connectivities, in terms of business-to-business connectivity, because as I mentioned that both countries have decided to strengthen their partnership with the joint strategic action plan.
Absolutely. Pranay, do stay with us. We're also showing our viewers of all the times since 2023 that Prime Minister Modi and Giorgia Meloni have met, starting from the 2023 bilateral meet to the G20 summit that happened in New Delhi. Then, of course, Dubai, when the two leaders met and Giorgia Meloni had posted this selfie that had gone instantly viral on social media. Then comes the G7 summit in 2024. And then another G7 summit, which happened in Canada last year. And then Johannesburg, South Africa in November 2025 was the last meeting between the two leaders. And now today they have again met with Giorgia Meloni, again posting a selfie. Let's also sum up for our viewers what all is on the agenda for the Prime Minister's Italy visit. So bilateral with Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni will be taking place in just a while from now. That is the key agenda of this visit. The defense cooperation will be reviewed between the two countries, so that will be happening. Trade and investment discussion is also a key focus of this meeting. The focus will also be on the semiconductors and artificial intelligence. There will also be talks on the clean energy partnership between India and Italy. In fact, talks on space, cyber and artificial intelligence are also expected. And they will also be exchanging views on Ukraine and West Asia. So this is the importance of Prime Minister's Italy visit, and also these are the things that are on the agenda of this meeting. So they will also be exchanging views on Ukraine and West Asia as well. They will also be reviewing the defense cooperation. Trade and investment, of course, remains a key focus point of this meeting. They will be discussing that as well. Semiconductors and artificial intelligence are also on the agenda. So talks will be taking place on semiconductors and artificial intelligence, along with clean energy partnership also. So these are the topics that will be discussed. Of course, space, cyber and AI are also on the agenda, and the views will also be exchanged on the Ukraine-Russia war and also the West Asia crisis that still continues, and in fact preparations for the upcoming G20 and G7 engagement. So that is also likely to be discussed in this bilateral meeting between the Indian Prime Minister Modi and the Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. Prime Minister Modi has arrived in Italy. This is the last leg of his five-nation tour, and he received a grand welcome on his arrival in Italy. There were cultural performances that were performed. In fact, the Indian diaspora had also gathered at the hotel in order to catch a glimpse of the Prime Minister and in order to interact with him. The Prime Minister also had interaction with the Indian diaspora. Clearly, the Indian diaspora was overjoyed and they were enthusiastic about Prime Minister Modi's visit to Italy. And shortly after his arrival, he was also presented with a painting of the Ghats of Varanasi. Well, that was a very thoughtful gift for the Prime Minister, because Prime Minister is the Member of Parliament from Varanasi, and the painter chose to present him with a painting of the Ghats of Varanasi. And the painter also said that this is the best moment in his life when he met Prime Minister Modi. And he also said that Prime Minister is bridging the gap between India and Italy, and he is bringing India and Italy ties closer. He's strengthening the ties. So Prime Minister Modi, as you can see in these visuals, also interacted with the Indian diaspora, the community, and witnessed some cultural performances at his hotel. And shortly after which he also met with Giorgia Meloni at the Colosseum, and the picture, the selfie, was posted by the Italian Prime Minister.
I'm very happy, and this is the second time we met him. We met him in 2021, and he also continued to sustain and to foster our mission. Sanatana Dharma Sangha here in Italy is an intent with the state, so it's very important because Sanatana Dharma is recognized as official religious here in Italy from the Italian Parliament. So it's very important to meet him and also to strengthen our friendship in some way.
Oh, the experience was fantastic. It's one of the best experiences, I tell you, because I was very close to such a personality, such a high personality in the world. And he's one of the most important person of the actual world. And he was very sweet. He shake my hands. To me, it's a bridge, you know, between the eyes of an Italian artist, you know, that look to the colorful culture of India.
कथक डांसर हूँ और मैं परफॉर्म किया काफ़ी बार इंडिया में 15 साल रह चुकी हूँ और बहुत अच्छा लगा और ग्रेट इमोशन मतलब दिल से बहुत वो तुक लग रहा था और मैं सोच रही हूँ कि ये ज़्यादा गिफ्ट है.
We played a traditional tune based on Raga Hamsadvani, and we make a composition together with all the musicians, creating together this piece for the Prime Minister of India.
What is your feeling now?
I feel full of energy and really motivated, yes, to spread more and more the Indian values and the Indian arts in Italy and all over Europe.
We are very happy to welcome him, and the way he is in youth and the people of the old age people, we are very happy, and thank you for Modi forever, Meloni forever.
We are very much delighted the way he came and addressed us, and we are very, very much happy, and this is the first time when we have got the chance to meet him. And it was a very, very special moment for us, and he has conveyed the message of oneness and togetherness, and he's with us always.
मुझे मोदी जी से मिलकर बहुत अच्छा लगा, ऐसा लगा जैसे कि हमने किसी भगवान को देख लिया हो पहली बार. Thank you for being here, and thank you for the Embassy of India who gave me the opportunity to attend this event.
So from strategic ties to viral moments, Prime Minister Modi's Italy visit has once again put the spotlight on the camaraderie between the two leaders, Prime Minister Modi and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. And Giorgia Meloni herself has posted a selfie with Prime Minister Modi upon his arrival. The picture has been taken at the Colosseum, and the caption reads, "Welcome to Rome, my friend." So that is the caption that Giorgia Meloni has posted, and the picture instantly went viral on social media. That was the selfie that everyone was waiting for. Since 2023, everyone has been excited about whenever the two leaders meet. We've already shown you the visuals of the past meetings between the two leaders and the rapport between the two leaders and how it is strengthening with each meeting, with each passing year. Take a look at this report.
Hello from the Melody team. It is not just about diplomatic association, rather one of the most talked about friendships in global politics, Melody. Modi's visit to Italy from May 19th to 21 at the personal invitation of Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni comes at a moment when the India-Italy relationship is quietly but decisively acquiring strategic depth. But beyond strategy, it is their personal bond that has captured imaginations worldwide. Interestingly, Prime Minister Modi has written the foreword for the Indian edition of Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni's memoir titled "I'm Giorgia, My Roots, My Principles." Prime Minister Meloni and Prime Minister Modi have often caught the internet's eye for the camaraderie. They first met in November 2022 on the sidelines of G20 summit in Bali. But what fueled the internet was Meloni's arrival in India in March 2023 for bilateral meet with Prime Minister Modi. Many Indians began to pour their love for Meloni on her Instagram posts. What really created the sensation was the chemistry between both leaders at the G20 summit in New Delhi. The smiles and the handshake between the two world leaders became the talk of the town.
Hello from the Melody team.
Months later, another video went viral. Hello from Team Melody at the G7 summit broke the internet and racked up over 40 million views, instantly becoming a social media sensation. Even Prime Minister Modi has acknowledged that he's aware about viral Melody memes on social media.
जैसे हम दूसरे देशों के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, अगर मैं थोड़ा डाइग्रेस करूं और पूछूं कि मेरा फेवरेट फूड अगर आप पूछें तो पिज़्ज़ा है और पिज़्ज़ा इटली से है और लोग कहते हैं कि आपको इटली के बारे में इंटरनेट पे बहुत कुछ पता है। आप इसके बारे में कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? आपने ये मीम्स नहीं देखे?
नहीं, वो तो चलता रहता है। मैं उसमें अपना टाइम खराब नहीं करता हूँ।
In September last year, the duo had a productive meeting in Johannesburg on the sidelines of the G20 summit. Each Modi-Meloni meeting deepens a friendship that is as personal as it is powerful. Most importantly, the cordial question between the two leaders is not without substance. India-Italy bilateral trade has reached nearly $16.77 billion, making Rome New Delhi's fourth largest trading partner in the European Union. From summits to book prefaces, Modi and Melody camaraderie is fast becoming one of the defining diplomatic friendships in our times. With Atishay Jain, Bureau Report, India Today.
And we're now getting some more breaking news. This is regarding the US-Iran war. Now, according to the US media, what we are learning is the plan of a regime change that the US had. US wanted hardline leader as the head of Iran. So as per New York Times, US wanted hardliner ex-president as the leader of Iran. US wanted a dramatic Iran regime change, and Ahmadinejad was part of regime change plan by the United States. Trump wanted Ahmadinejad as post-war leader of Iran. Israel hit Ahmadinejad's house to free him, and he disappeared from public view. And the early war goal was to install hardline former president as Iran's leader. That was the game plan. That was the regime change plan that the United States had. Israel and United States allegedly explored Ahmadinejad as the post-war Iran leader, but that did not clearly happen. The United States and Israel allegedly discussed a dramatic regime change plan during the Iran war that involved former Iranian President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad emerging as a possible replacement leader after the killing of Iran's top leadership. This is as per a report published in New York Times. India Today Global's Pranay Upadhyay is now joining us with more details on this. Pranay, we're getting some big details about the regime change plan that the United States and Israel had for Iran. This was the initial plan. We're learning that they wanted to install the hardline leader Ahmadinejad as the head of Iran post-war.
This is a very, very interesting story which has come in the US media, and it's a source-based story, no confirmation about this story. So it can be interpreted either way. It's either to scuttle the possibility of Ahmadinejad taking over and putting his credential in doubt. And on the other side, if it happens, or if this was the plan, then this will be a very contradicting from the previous US position, because US always accused Ahmadinejad as a very hardliner leader of Iran. In fact, he was accused that he was one of the people, those who were responsible for the attack of US embassy in 1979. All those pictures are still available on social media. And in fact, if you'll recall, Anjali, that at the onset of this conflict, there were reports, all those source-based reports that Ahmadinejad got killed, though it was countered by Iran. So these are all very contradicting and very conflicting reports. But especially after the US policy took a turn and in fact installed Ahmad Shara as the president of Syria, who was once a wanted person in the US Justice Department and FBI list. And now he's warmly connected with the United States, and in fact, President Donald Trump also met Ahmad al-Shara. So then this clearly shows that US can take any turn and can shake hands with anyone.
Absolutely. Pranay, thank you so much for all those details on this New York Times report that states about the game plan that the United States and Israel had about regime change in Iran and how they wanted a hardline leader, which is the ex-president Ahmadinejad, to become the post-war leader of Iran. With that, we're now slipping into a very short break, but do stay with us, as on the other side, we'll get you more on the Falta repolling, which is just 24 hours away. But there's a big development. The TMC candidate has withdrawn, which is Jahangir Khan, and now Chief Minister Shivendhu Adhikari has mocked, saying Pushpa chuk gaya. More on this on the other side.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Character, the taste of success.
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky of our own, feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
The action never stops, and neither do we. From breaking updates to match analysis, from big moments to bigger conversation. This is where sports comes alive, fast, sharp, unfiltered, for the fans who want every update, every story, every headline first. Welcome to Sports Today, your destination for everything sports. Press that bell icon and subscribe now.
3 states, 3 leaders, 3 defining challenges. In Kerala, VD Satheesan faces the challenge of reducing debt and providing employment. In Tamil Nadu, C. Joseph Vijay looks to ensure financial and political stability. And in West Bengal, Shivendhu Adhikari aims to make the state a major industrial power. Read it in the latest issue of India Today. Making Sense of India, now available for speed delivery on Amazon and Blinkit. Subscribe now at subscriptions.intoday.in.
7 महीने में एक भी राज्य ने, एक भी डिस्ट्रिक्ट ने, एक भी गली ने उनका ऑर्डर माना नहीं है। तो इसीलिए उन्होंने हाथ धोकर के कह दिया कि आज के बाद हमारे पास मत आइए, अब जाइए हाई कोर्ट में। तो अब देखा जाएगा।
डिसअपॉइंटेड है आप? नहीं,
मैं तो खुश हूँ। ये होना ही नहीं था, होना ही नहीं था, क्योंकि जो ऑर्डर्स उन्होंने दिए हैं कोई राज्य का कोई भी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन इसको अमल नहीं कर सकता है। एक तो 1 रुपया सरकार ने नहीं डाला है, दूसरा कोई भी शेल्टर्स इन 7 महीनों में बनाने हैं, तीसरा जो आप कह रहे हो कि रेलवे स्टेशन से कुत्ते हटाओ, आप जाकर के देखिए कैसे हटा सकते हैं हम लोग आते खाने के साथ, दरवाजे हर वक्त खुले हैं। तो फिर आप मुझे बताइए कि कुत्ते नहीं आएंगे तो कौन आएगा? बंदर आएंगे, कुत्ते आएंगे, जहाँ खाना मिलता है वहीं जानवर आता है।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome back. We're getting some breaking news. Are you having sauce or poison? Because a fake sauce factory has been busted in Hapur, which is just 60 kilometers away from the national capital. It's a part of the national capital region. Food safety raid has now exposed adulterated sauce, chemical cocktails sold as sauce, and just sodium, salt and color used in making this fake sauce in Hapur. Red color added to make the sauce look fresh. 30 boxes of adulterated sauce have been seized from this factory in Hapur. The food safety team have cracked down in Hapur, and the big question remains, is your child eating this sauce which is poison? The food safety team raids this sauce shop in Hapur, and 30 boxes have been seized of the adulterated sauce.
गुप्त सूचना मिल रही थी कि एक शेरवानी की दुकान के ऊपर सॉस बनाई जा रही है। तेजेंद्र नाम के व्यक्ति के नाम रजिस्ट्रेशन था और ऊपर सॉस बनाई जाती है जिसमें बहुत अधिक मात्रा में कलर मिलाया जा रहा था और सोडियम बेंजोएट और गाजर पल्प, स्टार्च, शुगर, नमक ये सब मिला रहे थे। जो बोतल थी वो सारी हमने सीज कर दी हैं। लगभग 30 पेटी बोतल थी जिनमें एक पेटी में 12 बोतल थी और बाकी जो ड्रमों में था वहाँ पे सॉस बनी हुई वो हमने प्लास्टिक के कैनों में भरवा कर वहाँ से एक ऑटो में रखवा के जाके उसे नष्ट करा दिया है जो 235 kg थी।
And my colleague Samarth Srivastav is now joining us with more details on this. Samarth, absolutely shocking news coming to the fore from Hapur, where adulterated sauce has been seized by the food team raiding these fake sauce factory in Hapur, which is in NCR. Give us more details. What all has been recovered?
Well, certainly, Food Safety Department has raided a sauce shop in Hapur of Uttar Pradesh. A huge quantity of adulterated sauce was recovered. The sauce was being manufactured by mixing sodium, salt and carrot. Artificial color was also added to give the sauce its red appearance. 30 crates of sauce were seized during that particular raid. The raid was conducted on the Chandi Road in Hapur. Sunil Kumar, Assistant Food Commissioner, has made this particular raid. So it's not the first time when FSDA is doing such raids. We have seen it happening, especially around the festivals like Holi and Diwali, regarding that khoya. But now we are seeing that trade has extended to many places, especially around the food items being used in fast food, in Chinese food. And we have seen such raids happening not just in Hapur but in different districts of Uttar Pradesh, because this is the basic thing which each and every person have in their meal. Sauce is a very basic thing.
All right, we'll try to fix that connection with Samad, but that's the breaking news that we're getting from NCR's Hapur, where a fake sauce factory has been busted. And as you can see in these visuals are from the Hapur factory, where you can see how color is being used to make this sauce, which is generally labeled as tomato sauce, but clearly no tomatoes can be seen in these visuals, and it's just color, sodium, salt and color being used to make this fake sauce. Red color is added to make the sauce look fresh, and this is then supplied to the markets. It is being used by the street vendors in making Chinese food, and which is loved by children. And sauce is a very basic thing that people have with a lot of food items, and this is how it is being made. It is poisonous, to say the least, with no tomatoes being used in tomato ketchup, and just chemicals, sodium, salt, and also food color being used to make it look red. And some more breaking news coming in from West Bengal. Benami property heat on TMC MP Abhishek Banerjee. BJP releases list of 43 properties list. Several properties owned by Abhishek Banerjee and family. So BJP in Bengal has released a list of 43 properties allegedly linked to Abhishek Banerjee, including several said to be jointly owned with his friends and family members. Sources said that Shuvendu Adhikari government will do a thorough probe about the ownership details. So that is the latest that's coming in from West Bengal, where there's a Benami property heat on TMC MP Abhishek Banerjee, as BJP has now released a list of 43 properties list, and these properties are owned by Abhishek Banerjee and his family. So out of these 43 properties, majority are owned by Abhishek Banerjee and his family, and these are jointly owned with his friends and family members. And sources said that Shuvendu Adhikari government will do a thorough probe about the ownership details. And we're now getting some breaking news. Russian President Vladimir Putin has now arrived in China. He has arrived in Beijing, and we'll show you the visuals of Putin's arrival. We're showing you the visuals. So these are the live shots of Vladimir Putin in Beijing. This comes just days after Donald Trump was also in China. He also received a ceremonial grand welcome in Beijing, along with Xi Jinping. And now we can see Vladimir Putin, who has arrived in Beijing for the high-stakes talks with Xi Jinping. And Putin's visit comes just days after Donald Trump's China trip that happened just last week. Putin called Russia-China relations truly unprecedented. Vladimir Putin is in China. He has arrived in Beijing. These are the shots of his arrival and the grand welcome that he's receiving. And of course, we're also showing you the handshake moment. But what is also important to note that this visit comes just days after Donald Trump was also in Beijing, where he also received a ceremonial welcome. We're showing you the handshake moment between Xi Jinping and Russian President Vladimir Putin. And if we compare it to the visuals that we witnessed just days ago with Donald Trump, there's much more warmth that can be seen in these visuals between Xi Jinping and the Russian President Vladimir Putin while shaking hands. And now he's shaking hands with the delegation as well. So Vladimir Putin is now in Beijing. This is his first international trip of international visit of this year, and that is Beijing. So that is also a big signal. And this comes just days after Donald Trump was also in China. There you see Vladimir Putin along with the Chinese President Xi Jinping in Beijing receiving a grand welcome. And Putin has also called Russia-China relations as truly unprecedented. This is Putin's 25th visit to China and also a signal of deep strategic trust between the two countries. And Xi Jinping and Putin talks to focus on global security, Iran, and also on the geopolitical crisis. And remember, Trump-Xi meeting in Beijing also happened just days ago, and now Vladimir Putin is now in Beijing, and there you see him receiving the ceremonial welcome in Beijing, and also the handshake moment between the two leaders. And with that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. More news and updates will continue on the other side.
Like I said before, we better hold the sins. Like I said before, we better hold the sins. Character, the taste of success.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
said before, we better hold the sin. Like I said before, we better hold the sin.
इस वक्त हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं गिरिबाला सिंह जी बात करने के लिए जो आरोप त्विषा के परिवार की तरफ से लगाए गए थे। काफी कुछ बातें इन्होंने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में भी कल कही, लेकिन परिवार अभी तक अंतिम संस्कार नहीं करवाने के लिए शव ले रहा है। इस पर आपको क्या लगता है, क्योंकि अब तो एक हफ्ते से ऊपर हो गया?
मुझे तो ऐसा लगता है जस्ट माउंटिंग प्रेशर। दे चाह रहे हैं कि समर्थ जेल चला जाए, दे चाह रहे हैं कि मेरी बेल एंटिसिपेटरी खारिज हो जाए, चाह रहे हैं कि सब जितना गलत हो सकता है हमारे साथ हो, जबकि हमारा तो एक उसूल रहा है कि जो हमारे पास आया, हमारे संसर्ग में आए, लोग कहते थे आपका तो माइडस टच है, जो आपके संसर्ग में आता है उसका कुछ बेहतर ही बन के जाता है। मेरे ख्याल से मेरे को यही गलत फहमी थी कि बच्चे के साथ कुछ अच्छा होगा, लेकिन इनके सब दखल, इनके कारनामों के कारण आज बच्चे की इवन सुकून नहीं मिल पा रहा, उस बच्चे को मिट्टी नहीं मिल पा रही है।
आपने मैम कल भावुक होते हुए ये भी कहा था कि हर परिवार चाहता है कि उनके घर में एक छोटा बच्चा है, और कल जब प्रेगनेंसी को लेकर के आपने बात की उस वक्त आपने भावुक होते ये भी कहा कि बच्चा वो चाहती नहीं थी और इसलिए उसने एमटीपी ट्रीटमेंट लिया।
उसने तुरंत शुरू कर दिया था कि मुझे बच्चा नहीं चाहिए, मुझे बच्चा ऐसा लगता मुझे मार रहा है, मैं मर जाऊंगी अगर बच्चा होगा, ये उसने शुरू किया। तो वी सेड लेट अस गो इन फॉर प्रॉपर काउंसलिंग। एक प्रोफेशनल हेल्प की जरूरत होती है। एक अगर बालिग स्त्री कहे कि मुझे बच्चा नहीं चाहिए आफ्टर मैरिज, तो कोई तो कारण होगा, और कोई कारण जानने के लिए वो सिंगल सेशन भी हो सकते हैं। साइकियाट्रिस्ट के पास भी गई, गायनेकोलॉजिस्ट के पास भी गई, तो इसका वहीं से तो शुरू हुआ। हमें जानकारी हुई कि शी वाज कंज्यूमिंग मारिजुआना, उसने एडमिट किया मेरे सामने ही।
और सिजोफ्रेनिया का कब पता चला मैम?
एंजाइटी का लिखा है उसके पर्चे में, और जो दवाई दी अगर आप उसको वो चेक करेंगे तो दैट इज गिवन फॉर ऑल दीज पेशेंट्स, मैनिक डिप्रेशन एंड शिजोफ्रेनिया। ठीक है, मैं एक्सपर्ट नहीं उस दिशा में, तो इसलिए वही कर बता पाएंगे। यस,
आप लोगों ने 8 लाख रुपए करीब जो है ट्रांसफर किए, जिसकी बैंक डिटेल्स भी आपने कोर्ट में सबमिट कराई हैं। क्या आपके एडवोकेट की तरफ से ये डिमांड आ रही है कि बैंक डिटेल्स निकलनी चाहिए त्विषा की?
बिल्कुल निकलनी चाहिए। वी नीड टू नो वो पैसा कहाँ खर्च हुआ है।
आप लोगों के ऊपर 2 लाख के आरोप लगाए उन्होंने,
और 2 लाख रुपए तो हम क्यों मांगेंगे? देयर इज नो यूपीआई ट्रांजैक्शन जो वो दे रहे हैं, हम क्यों मांगेंगे? 2 लाख इज माई सैलरी, तो हम क्यों मांगेंगे इस तरह से पैसा, जब हम ऐसे परिवार से जो हम अपना राइट्स भी रेलिंक्विशमेंट करके बैठे हैं ससुराल पक्ष से भी, तो देयर इज नो क्वेश्चन एट ऑल।
जो एलिगेशन उनकी मान कर लगा रही है कि मेरी बात हो रही थी त्विषा से, अचानक से फोन कट गया, देन सडनली हाफ एन आवर के बाद पता चलता है कि वो नहीं रही, ये इन एलिगेशन।
मदर ने जैसे ही फोन किया, हम लोग तो सब ऊपर नीचे जा रहे थे, दौड़ रहे थे, कहाँ गई, तो अब देखा बिटिया को, तो देन वी ट्राई टू सेव हर। तो इसलिए इस तरह से उनका हरकत, इट्स रियली बैड, इट्स कॉज्ड लॉट ऑफ पेन।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Co-powered by Jindal Stainless. Co-powered by Sharda University. The world comes together at Sharda. Where are you? CP+. ऊपर वाला सब देख रहा है.
A very good morning to all our viewers. You're watching The Burning Question on India Today with me, Anjali Pandey. And at the top of this hour, we'll get you more about Russian President Vladimir Putin, who has arrived in China. And this visit comes just days after Donald Trump was also in China. And these are the visuals of the welcome that Vladimir Putin received in Beijing. He has arrived in Beijing for the high-stakes talks with Xi Jinping, the Chinese president. And this is Putin's first visit. This is Putin's visit, which comes just days after Donald Trump's China visit. And Putin has called the Russia-China relations truly unprecedented. This is Putin's 25th visit to China, and this is also a signal of deep strategic trust between the two countries, Russia and China. So the talks between Xi Jinping and Russian President Vladimir Putin to focus on the global security, Iran, and also the geopolitical crisis. So the meeting in Beijing is expected to feature in discussions. The Strait of Hormuz crisis and the Iran conflict is also likely to dominate the agenda of the talks between the two leaders. So we're showing you the two visuals. First, on the left, you can see Russian President Vladimir Putin's arrival in Beijing, and on the right, you can see when Donald Trump had arrived in China. And there you see the handshake moment between Donald Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping. And on the left, you can see the arrival of Russian President Vladimir Putin, who has now arrived in Beijing for the high-stakes bilaterals with Chinese President Xi Jinping. Now, reports say that Iran's Hormuz blockade has triggered a global energy shock, and Iran remains a key strategic ally of both Russia and China. And that is why this visit becomes even more significant, because the talks on the Strait of Hormuz, the US-Iran conflict, are likely to dominate the discussions between the two leaders. And the children welcoming and jumping in joy for Vladimir Putin. We witnessed similar visuals on Donald Trump's arrival as well. In fact, Donald Trump had said that he loved the kids, how the kids had welcomed him. And similar visuals are now emerging on the arrival of Russian President Vladimir Putin as well. The handshake moment, of course, between both the leaders, but what can be said if we compare the two visuals of Donald Trump's handshake with Xi Jinping and Russian President Vladimir Putin's handshake with Xi Jinping? There's much more warmth that can be seen in today's visuals than there was when Donald Trump met with Xi Jinping. So these are the two visuals, the two handshakes, the two world leaders. On the left, you can see today's visuals when Vladimir Putin met Xi Jinping. On the right, you can see May 14 visuals when Donald Trump met with Xi Jinping, and the historic handshake. And this is Vladimir Putin's 25th visit to China. And these are the visuals which are coming in from Italy. Prime Minister Modi along with Giorgia Meloni, the Italian Prime Minister. And this is the last leg of the five-nation tour of the Prime Minister. He's in Italy. He arrived in Rome. And these are the visuals of the Prime Minister meeting Giorgia Meloni. And they are exploring Italy. In these visuals, it can be seen how Giorgia Meloni is along with Prime Minister Modi, and she's explaining Prime Minister Modi about Italy, and you can see the two leaders having a discussion. And these are the fresh visuals of the visit of Prime Minister Modi, and all eyes are on the bilaterals. But before the bilaterals, these are the visuals coming in straight from Italy, where Prime Minister Modi arrived in Rome, receiving a grand welcome from the Indian diaspora, cultural performances, also a painting was gifted. And now these visuals, this comes after the selfie that was posted by Giorgia Meloni on her social media, and saying, "Welcome to Rome, my friend," after which these visuals are coming in from Rome, where Giorgia Meloni is with Prime Minister Modi, and they are exploring Rome, and Giorgia Meloni can be seen explaining something to Prime Minister Modi about Rome. So Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni welcomed Narendra Modi to Rome with a social media post calling him friend ahead of the high-stakes bilateral meeting. And the leaders are expected to discuss trade, defense, technology, clean energy, and also strategic cooperation between India and Italy. But before that, these visuals coming in straight from Rome, the two leaders can be seen in these visuals. They also had a car ride together, and they're exploring Rome together. The two leaders can be seen discussing about Rome.
नेशन है, तो किस तरीके से इटली के निवेश को आकर्षित किया जा सकता है? भारत की कंपनियां इटली में निवेश कर सकती हैं। 2 लाख के करीब भारतीय वहां पर मौजूद हैं। करीब 5,500 जो भारतीय छात्र हैं वो इटली के विश्वविद्यालयों के अंदर पढ़ रहे हैं, और माइग्रेशन एंड मोबिलिटी एग्रीमेंट को लेकर भी सहमति है कि किस तरीके से भारतीय पेशेवर बड़ी संख्या में इटली जा सकते हैं, वहां काम कर सकते हैं। तो बहुत सारी चीजें हैं, ऐसे समानता के बिंदु हैं जिनके ऊपर कोशिश होगी भारत के प्रधानमंत्री मोदी और इटली के प्रधानमंत्री जॉर्जिया मेलोनी की, कि जब आज वो बातचीत की मेज पर बैठेंगे तो इन सहयोगों को कैसे आगे बढ़ाया जा सकता है, किस तरीके से और ठोस माइलस्टोन्स जो हैं वो अचीव किए जा सकते हैं। और ये जो मुस्कुराती हुई तस्वीरें हैं ना रोम के कोलोसियम से, ये बताती हैं कि किस तरीके से दोनों देशों के बीच में इस चीज का रियलाइजेशन है कि भारत और इटली दोनों की दोस्ती दोनों के लिए न केवल फायदेमंद है, बल्कि ये भारत और यूरोप के बीच जो बढ़ती हुई नजदीकियां हैं उनको भी मजबूत करेगा।
Right, so those are the visuals coming in from Rome, where Prime Minister Modi had breakfast with Giorgia Meloni, the Italian Prime Minister. This comes just ahead of the bilateral. And Prime Minister Modi had arrived in Italy earlier today. This is the last leg of his five-nation tour. You can also see the car ride visual. So the two leaders also had a car ride together, after which they had breakfast. This comes just ahead of the bilaterals, the two leaders shaking hands. They are in Rome. And you can see these visuals. This is after the breakfast that the two leaders had, and after which they will be having a bilateral meeting shortly, and where trade, defense technology, clean energy is likely to be discussed. But these are the visuals of the day, the visuals of the Prime Minister Modi's Italy visit just ahead of the bilateral. The two leaders having breakfast together, having a car ride together, and then also you can see Giorgia Meloni telling Prime Minister Modi about Rome. This comes after the selfie that was posted by Giorgia Meloni on Prime Minister Modi's arrival in Rome, saying, "Welcome to Rome, my friend." That was posted by Giorgia Meloni on her social media, which went instantly viral, and after which now these visuals now emerging from Rome, where the two leaders can be seen having breakfast, can be seen having dinner together. And after which the two leaders can also be seen discussing something, and they also had a car ride, in fact, together. So Prime Minister Modi is now in Italy, and he is in Rome. In fact, Prime Minister Modi had also posted that upon landing in Rome, he had the opportunity to meet Prime Minister Meloni over dinner, followed by a visit to the iconic Colosseum. So he has posted about these visuals. He has written that it was a dinner that he had with the Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, followed by a visit to the iconic Colosseum, and they exchanged perspectives on a wide range of subjects. And he also said that he's looking forward to the bilateral talks today, where they will continue the conversation on how to boost the India-Italy friendship. So the melody moment is here. You can see Giorgia Meloni along with the Prime Minister Modi. These are the melody visuals on your screens right now of the two leaders who had dinner, which was followed by a visit to the iconic Colosseum. And there was also a car ride. You can see the car ride visuals also, the two leaders sitting together in the car and having dinner, after which they also went to the iconic Colosseum. And they exchanged perspectives on a wide range of subjects. And what comes next? Now, next is the bilateral talks between India and Italy. Prime Minister Modi has said that he's looking forward to the talks where the two leaders will continue the conversation on how to boost the India-Italy friendship. So Prime Minister Modi has posted about his visit to Italy and the dinner that he had with Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. He also talked about how they visited the iconic Colosseum in Rome, and that is from where the selfie was also posted by Giorgia Meloni on Prime Minister Modi's arrival. She welcomed Prime Minister Modi, posting a selfie on social media with the caption, "Welcome to Rome, my friend," after which these visuals emerging of the car ride that the two leaders had, the dinner, which was followed by the visit to the iconic Colosseum. You can see Giorgia Meloni explaining something to the Prime Minister. The two leaders also exchanged perspectives on a wide range of subjects, and Prime Minister Modi further said that he's looking forward to the high-stakes bilateral talks, which will be happening today, and where the two leaders will be continuing the conversation on how to boost the India-Italy friendship. So the melody moment that we all had been waiting for is here. You can see these melody visuals. Giorgia Meloni along with Prime Minister Modi in Rome at the iconic Colosseum, and the two leaders also had dinner together. Now all eyes are now on the bilateral talks The agenda of the bilateral talks is the defense and security cooperation, the trade and investment talks. Technology is also on the agenda. So all eyes are now on the talks also. But these are the visuals of Prime Minister Modi along with Giorgia Meloni, where they had dinner together. These are the visuals of them having dinner, which was followed by the visit to the iconic Colosseum. And there you see the visuals of the car ride that the two leaders had together. And this is how Prime Minister Modi was welcomed to Rome. So these are the visuals that are coming in of Prime Minister Modi's Italy visit. Prime Minister Modi arrived in Italy, where he received a grand welcome. The Indian diaspora had also gathered to welcome the Prime Minister. There were cultural performances for the Prime Minister, after which he also received a painting of the Ghats of Varanasi. And now these visuals emerging from Rome, where you can see Prime Minister Modi along with Giorgia Meloni. The visuals the melody visuals on your screens right now, and both the prime ministers had dinner together, which was followed by a visit to the iconic Colosseum. And the two leaders also exchanged perspectives on a wide range of subjects. And you can see the car ride visuals also, and Giorgia Meloni welcoming Prime Minister Modi in Rome in Italy. And now what next? You can see the two visuals, both the leaders together in Rome, and also on the right you can see the selfie that was posted by Giorgia Meloni on the social media with the caption, "Welcome to Rome, my friend." So that was the selfie that was posted by Giorgia Meloni. And of course, this is not the first time that Giorgia Meloni has posted a selfie with Prime Minister Modi. She had earlier also posted a selfie video saying that this is Team Melody. And now today she has posted the selfie with the caption, "Welcome to Rome, my friend." So calling Prime Minister Modi her friend, she had posted this selfie upon Prime Minister Modi's arrival. And now these visuals also emerging from Italy, where the two leaders can be seen having dinner together, after which they also visited the iconic Colosseum, and that is exactly where the selfie was clicked. So you can see how Giorgia Meloni welcomed Prime Minister Modi, after which the two leaders had dinner. They also exchanged perspectives on a wide range of subjects, and Prime Minister Modi has now said that he is looking forward to the bilateral talks, where they will continue the conversation on how to boost the India-Italy friendship. Of course, the ties have been strengthening in the past few years, and since 2023, all eyes have been on whenever Prime Minister Modi meets Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. If we talk about what all is on the agenda of the talks today, the leaders are expected to discuss trade, defense, technology, clean energy, and strategic cooperation between India and Italy.
अधिक कहां से आ सकते?
Melody moment is here, the Melody Milan moment in Rome. Giorgia Meloni welcomed friend Prime Minister Modi in Rome. You can see, firstly, she had posted a selfie with Prime Minister Modi on social media, and now these visuals emerging from Italy, where the two leaders can be seen having a discussion, exchanging perspectives. They also had dinner. And my colleague Shivani Sharma is now joining us with more details on this. Shivani, we're showing our viewers the visuals of the Melody moment. Giorgia Meloni along with Prime Minister Modi, them having dinner, then also a car ride together, and of course having a discussion while exploring the Colosseum.
See, Anjali, these are the pictures that tell the chemistry between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Prime Minister of Italy, Giorgia Meloni. The pictures Prime Minister Narendra Modi has shared a while back, they show that they are together in a single car. They are sharing some very important diplomatic moments, and this is not the first time we are seeing the pictures of two leaders like this. Earlier also, when we saw that Prime Minister of Italy, Giorgia Meloni, she had welcomed Prime Minister Modi. She had posted a picture last night, and now we can see these pictures of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Giorgia Meloni sharing the perspective and how they can take the strategic ties of India and Italy ahead. And this, of course, comes as a visit of Prime Minister Narendra Modi that started with UAE. Then he had gone to the European nations, and now he's in Italy, where he's meeting Prime Minister Meloni. But certainly this camaraderie is quite evident in these pictures. And whenever we've seen Prime Minister Narendra Modi along with the Prime Minister of Italy, they have shared this bond of friendship. And this is quite fruitful in terms of the ties between both the nations when both the nations are working together.
Shivani, in fact, Prime Minister Modi has also posted some pictures along with Giorgia Meloni, the car ride that the two leaders had, and also the pictures taken at the Colosseum. So these are the visuals and the pictures that have been posted by Prime Minister Modi. And my colleague Pranay Upadhyay is also joining us on this story. Pranay, the melody moment is here. We're showing our viewers the visuals of the two leaders together. Let's also talk about the body language of how comfortable the two leaders seem to be in each other's company. They are having dinner together, the car ride, and the pictures that have been posted by Prime Minister Modi.
Absolutely, and a picturesque setting of the Rome's Colosseum, where both leaders were seen, and you can see their personal chemistry, their bonding in these pictures. They are very comfortable, and they are also aware of the fact that the social media loves their pictures. And then, therefore, Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni ensures that whenever they meet and whenever she get to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi, there should be a selfie moment. And she has termed it as melody moment. And in fact, all those who appreciate their pictures on social media, Prime Minister Meloni has called them Team Melody. So clearly, there is a fan base there, out, and she is aware about the fact. And you can very well see the angle with which these pictures were taken, the comfort between these two leaders, be it their car ride, be it their, the pictures at the Colosseum. This clearly shows that both leaders are not only comfortable, but also they are working hard to make a relation warm between India and Italy, how these two countries can work together, how their bond can be fruitful for the people of their countries, be it, India's contribution in Italian economy, India's investment there, India's manpower resource in the Italian economy, or be it the Italian technological prowess, helping Indian companies to grow faster, and Italian investment finding its way to India and Indian market. So both the leaders, their primary objective is to bring how they can implement the joint strategic action plan, which they have signed, in 2024 for 2025 to 2029, and how to take how to achieve the ambitious target of 20 billion euro bilateral trade between these two countries by 2029. In fact, from defense to agriculture, and from artificial intelligence to cybersecurity, from manpower resource management to the technological advancement, how India and Italy can work together, from automobile sector to agriculture sector, how India and Italy can work together will be the primary agenda of bilateral talk between Prime Minister Modi and his Italian counterpart, Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. But besides the bilateral agenda, since Prime Minister Modi is there in Rome for only a few hours now, and before embarking for his return flight to Delhi, he'll also be visiting the FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization. It's a UN body whose headquarters is there in Rome, and India being the significant contributor of FAO, and also India being the most populous country on the planet, has its own priorities and cutting the food security, and therefore Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be holding talks with the FAO leadership there at the FAO headquarters in Rome, and how India can contribute, how India's concerns can be taken care, and especially at a time when, because of the Russia-Ukraine conflict and because of the ongoing West Asia crisis, how the fertilizer crisis has become an important area of concern. So how and what steps FAO is taking to address those concerns.
Absolutely, Pranay. So that is what is on the agenda of the talks between the two leaders. Pranay, do stay with us. But these are the visuals, the latest visuals of Prime Minister Modi along with Giorgia Meloni. And as my colleague Pranay was mentioning, this Team Melody that was waiting for these visuals to emerge. And we finally have the melody moments. Giorgia Meloni along with Prime Minister Modi. The car ride can be seen. These pictures have been posted by Prime Minister Modi himself after the selfie, which was posted on Prime Minister Modi's arrival by Giorgia Meloni. And now these visuals also coming in from Rome. where the two leaders can be seen having dinner together, followed by a visit to the iconic Colosseum. They can also be seen chit-chatting, having a conversation, sharing perspective about various things. And Prime Minister Modi has said that they will continue this conversation in the bilateral that will be taking place shortly. And let me now go across to Abha Bakaya of Business Today TV with all the updates of the markets in this business show. Abha, over to you.
Look, this investment Guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said, well said, well said.
SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Presented by National Stock Exchange. Co-presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
You're with us here on Business Today. Let's take a look at the currency this morning, falling to a fresh record low. The rupee opening at 33 paise lower against the dollar at 96.86. Remember, that's versus 96.53 previously. That's a fresh record low for the currency, and we are seeing it moving closer and closer towards that 100 mark to the dollar, while the dollar continues to strengthen. There are, of course, exporters set to gain, but overall, the falling currency is leading to rising, and the strengthening dollar is leading to rising bond yields, and of course, money moving away from Indian markets. Shell was also with us this morning. Shell, lots to talk about. Rising bond yields overnight, as well as, of course, opening action this morning.
Abha, the most troublesome issue is what you've already hit upon, which is the rupee, down for the 7th day in a row. And in less than 3 trading sessions, we've lost 100 paisa, which is a little worrisome. Fall is fine, but the ferocity of the fall is worrying the market, and that's why you see this red tick on the Nifty, down 163, Sensex down 500, Nifty Bank down 500 points, and of course the advanced decline very, very negative. 2,000 shares in the red, 500 in the green, and that lone index in the green, which is the pharma index, which you and I have been discussing for the last week or so. Abha.
Absolutely, markets are definitely trending lower today. It's not looking pretty. We'll, of course, come back and take a closer look at some individual stocks and sectors as well. Meanwhile, the U.S. Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has landed in India this week with big-ticket talks lined up on trade, defense, energy and Quad strategy as New Delhi and Washington look to fast-track strategic ties. Karishma Sudani tracking that meeting. Karishma, what's the agenda looking like?
Abha, his visit, which is going to be the first one that's coming in since President Trump has been back to office, is important, especially at the cusp of negotiations that both the United States of America and India currently are in for a trade deal. This is not going to be an official negotiation round, that is what sources have told us, but it is going to be more of a visit in order to have bilateral meetings to understand where the loopholes are and to try and soothe the sticking points and to see where the road could go ahead. Important because we've been sitting on this conversation for a deal for many months now, especially since early this year, where both United States of America and India had signed a first initial agreement in order to give way towards the trade deal.
All right, so a significant meeting, and we'll be tracking developments on that front. Meanwhile, India's ethanol blending mission has gotten a major push. BIS has notified fuel standards for E22, 25, 27 and 30 petrol, paving the way for higher ethanol use, lower crude imports and cleaner mobility. We'll get you more on this from Business Today's Chetan Bhutani. Let me check if he's with us and really what this means for India's next big biofuel move coming in and why this is significant. And we'll go across to Chetan for a little bit more on this. There he is. Chetan, good morning.
Well, Abha, the notification that has come yesterday late evening literally mentions about government preparing for E22 to E30. However, what my sources are telling me is the fact that the government would eventually stop ethanol blending in petrol at E27, because Brazil also done the same thing. But yes, the government wants to be prepared till E30 because in India, the OEMs are actually ready with more higher blends because they are customizing their cars, eventually rolling out. But yes, the government wants to actually move it in a very calibrated manner because the auto industry will face adaptation issues. The customers will face engine-related mileage issues. So the consumers actually won't change fuel overnight. It's just a technical notification allowing automakers and the technical people to actually go ahead and test the blending in petrol. That's what the notification is all about. But yes, India is actually moving towards a higher blend of a cleaner fuel.
All right, Chetan, thanks for joining us with that. All right, markets at 924. Share, let's take a quick, overview of how things stand. Index is still down 0.7%, but today even broader markets, while we've been seeing those bright spots, a little bit subdued right now.
It's really difficult for any equity trader or strategist to look at the market with a positive frame of mind, especially on large caps. If you see this kind of a move on the rupee, at the moment when you see the rupee, it's 96.895, down 30 paisa in early trade. What can I tell you? Let's look at the losers for the moment on the Nifty. That's what is painful. ICICI Banks, SBI, L&T, Bharti, Tata Steel, all of them pulling the market lower. Infosys and TCS sort of holding the Nifty fort valiantly, plus a very sharp rally in Cipla, Sun Pharma. Zydus Life is the top traded counter on the National Stock Exchange today, 6% higher, and record high on Laurus Labs and Acuitas Chemicals. So this is something we've discussed this space early morning. Chemicals, pharma, and chemicals.
Clearly, sectors at A are not likely to be impacted by what we're seeing on crude and pharma, of course, with the fact that the currency is depreciating and its export to the US. So we are seeing those pockets, withstand some gains. But overall, the markets are trending weaker. Immense pressure on the currency, rising yields overnight. And at this point, remaining cautious. That's really the word or consensus coming in across range-bound trade. Do remain cautious. VIX is back up about 3 to 4%. And while we have been seeing some bright spots in the broader markets, right now everyone is more or less in wait and watch mode to see which direction we take from here. At this point of time, I'm going to leave it there, but we'll be back with you at 3 p.m. For more on market closing. Today, of course, we are seeing a sort of a midweek range-bound trade, down about 150 points right now on the index. Back with more at 3 p.m.
Look, this investment Guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Visit!
SEBI and NSE advise, consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Presented by National Stock Exchange. Co-presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you
feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
Character, the taste of success.
Like I said before, we better hold the sins. Like I said before, we better hold the sins.
The action never stops, and neither do we. From breaking updates to match analysis, from big moments to bigger conversation. This is where sports comes alive, fast, sharp, unfiltered, for the fans who want every update, every story, every headline first. Welcome to Sports Today, your destination for everything sports. Press that bell icon and subscribe now.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Like I said before, we better hold the sins. Like I said before, we better hold the sins.
When the South spoke, she was there. From the rise of Vijay to exclusives that defined the story. When the narrative was questioned, she stood by the numbers.
This seems more of a mandate saying, look, a new person has come in, we need to give him a chance.
From first lead to final verdict, every moment tracked.
South Tamil Nadu, the TVK is ahead at 21.
5 days, non-stop, at the epicenter of action. And when history was made, she was the only one inside. Akshita Nandagopal, the voice of the South, tops the list of journalists with maximum engagement on X. Only on India Today.
Welcome back. Our focus continues to remain on Prime Minister Modi's visit, and we're showing you the visuals of Prime Minister Modi along with Giorgia Meloni, and this is at the iconic Colosseum, from which Giorgia Meloni had also posted a candid selfie along with the Prime Minister Modi. And she had captioned it, "Welcome to Rome, my friend." So she had called Prime Minister Modi her friend, and these are the visuals of their visit together to the iconic Colosseum. We also showed you visuals of how the two leaders had dinner together, after which they visited the iconic Colosseum. There was also car ride visuals, photos which were posted by the Prime Minister himself. So the Prime Minister has also posted these pictures of him along with his Italian counterpart. And clearly, the chemistry, the personal chemistry between the two leaders is also visible in these visuals, and them having dinner, after which they also had a discussion, and after which was followed by this visit to the iconic Colosseum. So the two leaders seemingly very comfortable in these visuals. India Today Global's Pranay Upadhyay is also with us. Pranay, visuals continue to emerge from Rome, where Prime Minister Modi and Giorgia Meloni had dinner together, car ride together, and now they are exploring the Colosseum. Also, we're showing our viewers the visuals of the two leaders exploring the iconic Colosseum.
This setting also talks about and shows us the historic linkages between India and Italy, because the Colosseum is a Roman monument and India is a civilizational state. And in fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is a member of parliament from Varanasi, one of the ancient city of India, not only India, but one of the ancient city of the world. And in fact, this shows that historically, both the countries had shared, historical linkages, trade relations. And at a time when Prime Minister Modi is in Italy, the efforts are on to how to strengthen the bilateral trade, bilateral, relation, bilateral, a partnership between India and Italy. And in fact, both the leaders are trying to work out how the benefits of that bilateral cooperation can be brought to the last tier of the society, how these countries can use each other's strength to strengthen each other's economy. And Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni shares a special bond. In fact, not only in terms of these selfies, but also the foreword of Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni's autobiography was written by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And in fact, Giorgia Meloni is quite forthcoming about this melody moment, where whenever she has posted pictures of hers with Prime Minister Modi, and in fact there is a great appreciation. There is a fan base available, and in fact she has termed it as Team Melody. So both the leaders are also aware about the fact that their pictures are appreciated, and in fact the way they have brought India and Italy together closer to each other, and how India and Italy are cooperating with each other. We have also seen those times when, because of the Italian marine case, there were acrimony in the bilateral relationship. But after that, how very meticulously the relationship was built by these two leaders. And since 2023 onward, almost like over half a dozen times, both the leaders have met on the sidelines of the bilateral or on the sidelines of the multilateral events, be it G7 or G20 meetings. And in fact, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni also visited India in 2023 for the G20 summit. And in fact, now Prime Minister Modi is visiting Italy for the first bilateral visit. He had been to Italy for the multilateral event, but this is his first bilateral visit, and therefore he was warmly received by Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. She personally took him to the Roman monument of Colosseum. They had dinner together, and in fact you have also seen the pictures of both the leaders together. In fact,
absolutely,
it's a selfie
Pranay. In fact, we are showing our viewers the visuals from Rome, Prime Minister Modi and Giorgia Meloni, in which seem extremely comfortable with each other. That's the highlight of these visuals which are emerging from Rome, of how the two leaders are extremely comfortable. The warmth is there that clearly reflects in their interactions, also in the photos that have been posted by both the leaders. We are showing you the candid selfie that has been posted. This is not a formal picture that has been posted by Giorgia Meloni. Very candid picture selfie that has been posted yet again by Giorgia Meloni on her social media. The body language of the two leaders looks very natural, relaxed and friendly rather than overly formal, which is generally seen when two such leaders meet. There appears to be a genuine personal rapport between the two leaders, and that is why everyone waits for these visuals. Everyone waits to get those selfies of the two leaders, those pictures of the two leaders. That is why everyone was waiting for Prime Minister Modi's Italy visit. Whether it is during meetings or public appearances, both seem to share an easy comfort level. We've seen that happen in the past at lot of occasions, and this has been happening since 2023, and there have been various occasions where the two leaders have met. The videos have gone viral, the selfies have gone viral. Just a few years ago, Giorgia Meloni had posted a selfie video on social media in which she had said that it's Team Melody, and that is where this term came from, melody. And we're once again witnessing those melody moments of Prime Minister Modi and Giorgia Meloni. Their chemistry, the personal chemistry between the two world leaders often stands out because the conversations and the gestures look effortless, as can be seen in these visuals and the pictures that have been posted. The car diplomacy, of course, the car diplomacy is also there, the car ride together of the two leaders. This photo was posted by Prime Minister Modi himself, and the two leaders interact more like trusted friends than just diplomatic counterparts who will be having a bilateral talk as well. Of course, the focus is also on the bilateral talks, which will be beginning shortly. A lot is on the agenda, but as of now, we're getting these visuals, these pictures that have been posted by the two leaders. First, we had the selfie, the candid selfie that was posted by Giorgia Meloni on social media, and now Prime Minister Modi has posted some pictures on social media platform X, and along with that, he has also posted pictures on Instagram. What is also important to note and interesting to note is that on Instagram, Prime Minister Modi has posted two more pictures that he hasn't posted on social media platform X. So these pictures have been posted by Prime Minister Modi and Giorgia Meloni of them having dinner together, the car diplomacy, and of course then also visiting the iconic Colosseum. These are the visuals from the iconic Colosseum in Rome, where the two leaders visited following the dinner. And you can see the body language. The body language is hard to go unnoticed. The body language seems to be very comfortable, just like friends, rather than one of the top world leaders having a conversation, and there's a personal rapport. And that is why the duo is so famous. People wait for their meetings, and this has happened on so many occasions. Even at summits, people wait for them to meet, and for the selfies, the videos that instantly go viral on social media, the smiles, eye contact, informal moments are which grab attention. So the informal moments are actually what grab people's attention. There is a visible sense of mutual respect, also personal warmth in the way they engage with each other. Their interactions give the impression of strong personal understanding alongside, of course, political cooperation. My colleague Pranay gets us more.
संदर्भ में नहीं है, बल्कि ये भी बताता है, क्योंकि सेटिंग क्या है? सेटिंग है रोम का जो कोलोजियम है, और रोम का वो कोलोजियम जिसके भारत के साथ में पुराने नाते, पुराने संदर्भ रहे हैं, क्योंकि ये रोमन इतिहास से जुड़ी हुई जगह है, और साथ ही भारत के साथ यहाँ के पुराने ट्रेड रिलेशंस थे। अगर आप वहां गई हो नेहा, तो रोम के इस कोलोजियम के अंदर आपको जो मोज़ैक टाइल्स हैं, वहां पर आपको हाथी और शेर मिलते हैं, जो ये बताते हैं कि एक समय था जब भारत से के जंगलों से हाथी या शेर जो हैं वो रोम ले जाए जाते थे, और वहां पर कोलोजियम के अंदर जो फाइट्स होती थी उसके लिए उन जानवरों का इस्तेमाल किया जाता था एक समय के अंदर। तो ये ट्रेड लिंकेजेस के लिहाज से भी महत्वपूर्ण है, यानी व्यापार का नाता जो है, कारोबार का जो नाता है भारत और इटली के बीच में, वो केवल आज का नहीं है जिसे बढ़ाने की कोशिश की जा रही है, बल्कि सदियों से भारत और इटली के बीच में व्यापार का ये नाता रहा है। साथ ही एक महत्वपूर्ण पहलू है, आईमैक का हिस्सा इटली बनना चाहता है, यानी वो इंडिया मिडिल ईस्ट यूरोप इकोनॉमिक कॉरिडोर जिससे भारत में ही G20 शिखर बैठक के हाशिए पर लॉन्च किया गया था, जिसके अंदर भारत से लेकर और पश्चिम एशिया के इलाके से होते हुए यूरोप तक की कनेक्टिविटी बढ़ाने की पूरी महत्वाकांक्षी योजना है, उसमें इटली भी हिस्सा बनना चाहता है। और इनफैक्ट कुछ ही दिनों पहले इटली से एक डेटा केबल जो है वो भारत तक पहुंची है, यानी एक लंबी डेटा केबल जो डाली गई है, जो इटली के दक्षिणी इटली के जेनोवा पोर्ट से लेकर भारत के जो तट हैं वहां तक पहुंचती है। ये डेटा कनेक्टिविटी भी एक महत्वपूर्ण पहलू है जो कि आईमैक का ही हिस्सा है, और किस तरीके से भारत और इटली इस डेटा कनेक्टिविटी के साथ साथ जो पोर्ट कनेक्टिविटी है, व्यापारिक कनेक्टिविटी है, उसको बढ़ा सकते हैं। ये तमाम मुद्दे आज मुलाकात और बातचीत की मेज पर होंगे।
All right, so after the meeting between Giorgia Meloni and Prime Minister Modi, they had dinner together, after which they also went to the iconic Colosseum. Now all eyes are also on the bilateral talks that will be taking place between the two leaders. The leaders are expected to discuss trade, defense, technology, clean energy and strategic cooperation between India and Italy. And now we're showing you the visuals of a recent social media post by the Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, which sparked wide attention online, and in which you can see her wearing jhumkas, which are Indian earrings, and giving it a touch of Indian culture, and also showing how she is actually attached to the Indian culture. She is displaying Indian culture. So these pictures also went viral. This is a recent social media post by Giorgia Meloni. This was posted in April, and this also quickly went viral. So you can see Giorgia Meloni flaunting her earrings, her Indian earrings in these pictures. And of course, on the right, you can see her along with Prime Minister Modi, who's currently in Italy. So in these pictures on your left, she can be seen wearing these accessories, traditional Indian jhumka, which quickly drew reactions across Indian social media. This quickly went viral, and she had also shared a strong statement along with this picture, and in which the highlight of this picture was the jhumkas that she was wearing. These pictures quickly went viral. This was posted by her in just April. And on the right, you can see the visuals from today of Giorgia Meloni along with the Prime Minister Modi visiting the Colosseum, and from where she had also posted a candid selfie on her social media, welcoming Prime Minister Modi and calling him her friend. So you can see Prime Minister Modi along with his Italian counterpart Giorgia Meloni, who welcomed Prime Minister Modi, and you can see the two leaders extremely seem comfortable with each other. The warmth can also be clearly seen in these visuals. Their body language looks very natural, very relaxed, and very friendly rather than overly formal, which is the case when two such leaders meet. There appears to be a genuine personal rapport between the two leaders. This is the melody moment that you're seeing. This term, melody, was actually coined by Giorgia Meloni herself when she had earlier posted a selfie video along with Prime Minister Modi, in which she had said, "Hello from Team Melody." And that is when this term went viral, and it is still viral. And this is the melody moment from today. Prime Minister Modi along with Giorgia Meloni. These pictures have also been shared by Prime Minister Modi on his social media. There you see the car diplomacy also of the two leaders. Then, of course, the dinner, the jhumka selfie that was posted earlier by Giorgia Meloni that also went viral. And now the visit of Prime Minister Modi along with Giorgia Meloni to the iconic Colosseum in Rome. So the strong personal rapport between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his Italian counterpart can help deepen the strategic trust between the two nations, India and Italy. There's good personal chemistry between the leaders that often makes diplomatic communication also smoother and also faster during important negotiations. And all eyes are now on the bilaterals, of course, that comes amid the West Asia crisis, the Strait of Hormuz tension. So that will also be on the agenda. It remains to be seen what all is discussed. And the positive equation between the two leaders could also boost cooperation in trade, defense, technology, and also clean energy sectors that remains the top of the agenda of the bilateral. And a warm leadership relationship can encourage more high-level visits and stronger political engagement between the two countries. And we've already been seeing how the ties have been strengthening year after year, meeting after meeting between the two leaders. And that is what is expected to happen today as well. So all eyes are now on the bilateral meeting, which will be happening shortly between the two leaders, between the two countries, India and Italy, and how the ties can be strengthened. Of course, what tops the agenda is the trade, defense, security cooperation, AI, technology. These are on the agenda. And the West Asia crisis and the Hormuz tensions may also be discussed in this meeting between Prime Minister Modi and Georgia Meloni. My colleague Pranay Upadhyay is now joining us with more details on this. Pranay, how does this personal rapport, the camaraderie between the two leaders, how will this help in the talks as well? How does this make diplomacy also smoother and easier?
No, in diplomacy, the personal chemistry between the two leaders matters a lot because ultimately they are the political principals. They are going to give directions. And in fact, there is an agreement and when meeting of minds between two leaders, then clearly it translates into the faster action in terms of their engagement, in terms of the implementation of the agreement. So certainly, when the two leaders, when the bureaucracy feels and bureaucracy knows it, that the leaders are bonded together, the leaders have a good understanding of the issues, and in fact they are good at communicating with each other, then this clearly translate into faster action. And we have seen that how the bilateral trade between India and Italy has gone up. And in fact, how the relationship has moved at a faster pace between India and Italy in recent past. And in fact, both India and Italy has this realization that they have to expand their relationship.
Do stay with us. We're also being joined by former diplomat KP Fabian on the broadcast. Mr. KP Fabian, visuals emerging from Italy, the much awaited visit of Prime Minister Modi to Italy, of him with Giorgia Meloni. How do you look at these visuals which come just ahead of the bilateral, and what all can be expected, the outcomes which can be expected from the much awaited bilateral?
Thank you for the question. Well, personal chemistry between leaders at the highest level always helps. And in this case, as the Italian Prime Minister herself has put it, we have a melody. And I will go one step further and say that it is a singularly fascinating melody. Now, as regards the relations between the two countries, I was ambassador there 97-2000, and Italy has a lot to offer, and India also has a lot to offer to Italy, because, there is scope for collaboration in higher technology, including AI, and during my time, there were negotiations about submarine vessels, rescue vessels, and the historical, cultural relationship between India and Italy is of great interest. You take one case, we say for soap, what do you say? Sabun, correct? Well, it comes from Savona in Italy. So many things, come from Italy. And during the Roman times, they used to get pepper from Kerala and Tamil Nadu. And their historian, Pliny, has said, so much of our money is going. And also, they used to get silk also from India, because the Roman women liked it,
Right. Right, Mr. Fabian, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. So this is the melody moment that everyone has been talking about. The melody moment is here. The visuals are here. Prime Minister Modi, along with his Italian counterpart, Giorgia Meloni, in Rome. You can see these pictures have been posted by Prime Minister Modi on his social media. This comes after the candid selfie that was first posted by Giorgia Meloni upon Prime Minister Modi's arrival in Rome, in which she had called Prime Minister Modi her friend. And these visuals continue to emerge, which comes just ahead of the bilateral, the high-stakes bilateral that will be taking place between the two countries. But as of now, we have these visuals of the two leaders having dinner together. The car diplomacy can be seen, and of course, them having visiting the iconic Colosseum in Rome. And with that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. More news and updates will continue on the other side.
Like I said before, we better hold the sins. Like I said before, we better hold the sins. Like I said before, we better hold the sins. Like I said before, we better hold the sins.
Am I right in saying the global reserves have fallen by nearly 380 million barrels since the war began?
The supply declined by about 11 million, but the gap between supply and demand now, because of the decline in demand, is way, way smaller than that. So if you look at the number of flights being canceled, for example, we have globally over 100,000 flights being canceled. That is demand decline in jet fuel as a result of that. But we have demand decline in so many ways. Even if you look at India, for example, look at India's imports, for example, in March and April. It declined substantially, it declined significantly. But now, basically, it is back to almost normal for India. We've seen a decline in inventories in India. We've seen a decline in India's petroleum exports because you need to use that domestically. So we are seeing all those reactions to higher prices and shortages around the world. So the gap between supply and demand right now is way smaller than what we've seen before.
What do you see happening in countries like India, which are heavily dependent on oil, their imports, a large part of our oil and gas coming through the Strait of Hormuz? What happens to countries like India? Are countries like China, for example, which you mentioned at the outset, far better placed? And how do you see the scenario unfolding for India in the next month? Assuming the war continues, assuming the blockade continues.
Right. India is in a very difficult situation, not only when it comes to oil and gas. As you know, there was a problem in LPG, and still we have problem in LPG. We have a problem with fertilizers. We have problem with helium. So the problems are not only oil and gas, and they extend to other things. So India is really in a difficult position, and simply because India was growing at very high rates, so the impact on economic growth is very significant because of this high growth. What India basically, the pain that India already had and the pain that India will have next month is already a done deal. We cannot do much about it. But the issue here is, what are the lessons that we learned from this experience so this will not happen again?
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Co-powered by the new Tycoon. Welcome to driving. Mutual funds सही है. जियो होम, जियो तो ऐसे. LIC हर पल आपके साथ.
A very good morning. You're watching India Today Television. I'm Sneha Mordani, and let's begin this edition fast with the headlines and the top stories fast. Let's tell you fast about the Modi-Meloni moment in Rome. Prime Minister Modi and Meloni take a tour to the iconic Colosseum after sharing a car ride and dinner in Rome. Meloni welcomes friend Modi with a candid selfie on social media. Prime Minister Modi may meet Trump at G7 summit amid the war. Trump to attend G7 summit. Modi invited as well. Modi-Trump may meet for first time in 16 months. G7 summit in France from June 15th to 17th. Uncertainty looms over West Asia. Another big claim by Donald Trump says postpone strikes on Iran. Says Iran begging to make a deal. Vance asserts Iran can't have nukes. Tehran refuses to bow before threat, says ready for any military aggression. Falta repolling less than 24 hours away, but TMC candidate Jahangir withdraws, says won't block Falta's development. TMC alleges intimidation by the BJP, accuses EC of turning a blind eye. CM Shivendu Adhikari mock, says Pushpa jhuk gaya. Outrage over Muslim lady wearing shoes in a temple. The woman enters a Karnataka temple in footwear. Tourists object, say religious sentiments are hurt. Right, we'll start this edition with some news just coming in at this point in time, where we're telling you about that big moment when Melody met. It's in Rome. Meloni welcomes friend Modi in Rome, and that is an image, a set of images rather, which is breaking the internet, viewers. Meloni posting a selfie with Modi at Rome Colosseum. Meloni says, "Welcome to Rome, my friend." Now, this is the dosti of Modi and Meloni on full display in Rome. The Prime Minister has posted as well. Prime Minister Modi says, and I'm going to quote him, "Upon landing in Rome, have the opportunity to meet Prime Minister Meloni over dinner, followed by a visit to the iconic Colosseum. We exchange perspectives on a wide range of subjects. Looking forward to our talks today, where we will continue the conversation on how to boost India-Italy friendship." Now, these are images on your screens that have gone completely viral as always. And as expected, each time the two world leaders meet, it always breaks the internet. This time, no different. Take a look at those images on your screens at this point in time. of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. Now, they're meeting in Rome, and they've had a car ride in Rome as well. And not the first time that these images have, like I said, broken the internet completely. They also went to the Colosseum, and that was a selfie that was posted by Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. Images of the leaders having dinner and then at the Colosseum enjoying the view in Rome. That's the image on your screen of the car ride that the two leaders took. As far as we are concerned, India actually woke up to those images that were posted by the Prime Minister and by the Italian Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. They are in Italy. The Prime Minister is in Italy as a part of a 5-nation tour. Now they are in a car. They were in fact in a car ride, seen together, enjoying dinner. And then of course, they also went to the Colosseum, which is iconic in every sense of the word. That's what the Prime Minister spoke about. He also in fact tweeted, as far as India-Italy relationship is concerned, he said, looking forward to our talks today, where we will continue the conversation on how to boost the India-Italy friendship. Now, back home in the country and even in Italy, each time the two world leaders meet, these images go instantly viral. This time, like I said, was no different. They visited iconic Colosseum after dinner. All of those images were put out by the two leaders. They engaged in a deep conversation over a wide range of subjects, is what is being said. The Prime Minister shared glimpses of his visit with Meloni and said, I'm going to quote again, upon landing in Rome, had the opportunity to meet Prime Minister Meloni over dinner, followed by a visit to the iconic Colosseum. Images of the two leaders on your screens at this point in time. They also, in fact, spoken about how there would be talks today. There's going to be a continued conversation on how to boost India-Italy friendship. Meloni had also earlier shared a picture of the two leaders at the Colosseum. The Prime Minister received a warm welcome also previously from the diaspora. But each time he meets the Italian leader, the Italian Prime Minister, the images and the pictures go completely viral, breaking the internet with a lot of conversation around the friendship and the camaraderie between the two leaders. These are images from the visit to Rome. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, along with the Italian Prime Minister, enjoyed dinner. They went to the Colosseum, also took a selfie in the car, went for a car ride as well. This ahead of the talks. Remember, this is a part of the 5-nation diplomatic tour. He's received a very, very warm welcome in the Italian capital, as you can see in these pictures. Now in Rome, with the Italian Prime Minister, enjoying dinner, car ride, a selfie of the same was taken, then a selfie at the iconic Colosseum. Prime Minister Narendra Modi getting a rather warm reception from the Italian Prime Minister there. These are images which are going completely viral, and we're sharing these with you on our screens at this point in time. This, of course, is a part of the 5-nation tour. Earlier, the Prime Minister in Italy also got a rather warm welcome from the Indian diaspora, which again is something which is always expected as far as the Prime Minister's international visits are concerned. The Prime Minister also earlier tweeted not just about the reception and the warm welcome that he got from the Italian Prime Minister, but also about how he was grateful to the Indian community in Italy for the warm welcome that he got in Rome. Later, in Rome itself, he met with the Prime Minister of Italy, wherein they went for a car ride, and they also, in fact, had dinner together. They went to the Colosseum, something that the Prime Minister spoke about in his tweets as well. A visit to the iconic Colosseum. And then these selfies that have broken the internet completely. Images that have gone viral where Prime Minister Narendra Modi can be seen enjoying dinner with the Italian Prime Minister. It's a postcard then from the Colosseum where the Italian Prime Minister posted a selfie with the Prime Minister of India. She wrote in a tweet, "Welcome to Rome, my friend." That's the image that she posted from the Colosseum. The picture shows the Colosseum and the two leaders. The Prime Minister also has shared 4 pictures from a dinner with the Italian Prime Minister. He did mention that upon landing in Rome, he met Meloni for dinner, followed by a visit to the Colosseum. These images since have gone completely viral. Both leaders posting their own set of pictures, and this truly is a moment that everyone had been waiting for. Prime Minister Narendra Modi with the Italian Prime Minister in what really is being called as the Melody moment. Right, I'm going to go straight across to Gaurav also for more on that story that we are tracking. You know, Gaurav, nothing unexpected but delightful nevertheless. The bonhomie and the friendship on full display here. We have these images that have like completely broken the internet. It's actually a meme trend also that we see all the time, isn't it? But this is fun. And this also means, of course, that the Prime Minister is going to talk to the Italian Prime Minister today. There's going to be a formal round of talks. Talk to us first about these viral moments and then, of course, getting back to business.
No, you're absolutely right. While these images go absolutely viral across the world, and both the leaders are well aware of it. Melody is something that Giorgia Meloni has spoken of, the Italian Prime Minister, in the past. But it's more than just fun and games and the meme fest. This is a very crucial strategic partnership. India-Italy relations under Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, they've strengthened significantly. It's a very robust strategic partnership. Remember, the two leaders have very frequent engagements at different levels, whether it's G7, G20, other fora across the world. And the cooperation is not just restricted now to defense, but it's expanded significantly to technology, energy, counter-terrorism, artificial intelligence. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's current visit, while it's part of 5-nation tour, his meeting with the Italian Prime Minister and the Italian President, is to talk about trade, defense. With something that's extremely significant for India is clean energy, innovation, artificial intelligence, space cooperation, and mobility. This is very, very significant. And look, two leaders who think very similar, who are both, right of center, they're able to send across a very important message. And Italy is one of India's strongest partners in Europe, along with France. And that gives India a very good, push in taking that message of Prime Minister Narendra Modi across the world, Sneha.
Absolutely. Gaurav, if I were to talk about the conversations that the two leaders would be having today, take us through the details of what's on the agenda. Of course, a mix of strategy, trade, defense, connectivity. All of these things would be discussed, isn't it? Of course, in the context of the global scenario today.
Look, as far as, the imagery that you see, the images that are going viral while their visit to the, Colosseum, there's that melody moment that goes absolutely viral. But reviewing the progress of the Strategic Action Plan 2025 to 2029, and this is very important because this is a result-oriented partnership. They're talking about co-production of military hardware, joint research. India is very big on joint research and development. Also, one of Prime Minister's key result areas has been encouraging more startups in India. So this is very significant. The bilateral trade between the two countries is about 16 billion euro. The target is 20 billion euro by 2020. As you well know, Sneha, Italy is one of India's strong EU trading partners, and the focus areas is manufacturing, agriculture, maritime transport and investment, military cooperation, joint exercises, technology sharing in defense, clean energy, space, AI and innovation, education. Both are very, very strong partnerships that the two countries want to take forward, Sneha.
Well, absolutely, and like most other European countries, Italy also looking at India as an ally during a period of what really can be best described as a geopolitical upheaval, isn't it, Gaurav?
Oh, absolutely. Look, India is seen as that beacon of hope, fastest growing large economy in the world, very large population, productive population. It's a huge market. Europe is seeking much closer cooperation with India. And when you see turmoil across the world, India is an island of stability and growth. So that is something Europe understands, it realizes, and it wants to increase this partnership, especially at a time when Europe-US relations are going downhill. Clearly, Europe doesn't want to play second fiddle to the United States. You've seen the manner in which US President Donald Trump has behaved with Europe. So that relationship is undergoing a change. India has held very firm on Russia and Ukraine, and that actually gets you respect beyond what people may say. Words are different, but in action, look at the respect India enjoys because India is equally close to a lot of otherwise warring partners or countries, and that is what gives India the heft at a time that India may choose or not to use or not use that heft, but India does have that heft across the world, and increasingly as our economic power grows, our strategic power grows, more countries would seek closer engagement with India. Italy and France in Europe have sent across a very powerful message. The UK is trying to improve ties with India, that's known. Nordic countries, and India is also engaging very extensively with the Nordic countries. So overall, when you notice the bilateral trade, the free trade agreements, all of that will help, a new architecture come up in place.
Gaurav, I also want you to talk a little more about and throw a little more light on what the Prime Minister has also tweeted about the India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor that he also mentioned. He wrote on his social media platform X or Twitter, wherein he spoke about this as well. What really is this? Take us through the contours.
So you remember during India's G20 presidency is where all these leaders were on one platform and they inked the India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor. And this corridor, when it ultimately comes up, would be an absolute trade and technology game changer. So from India, it goes to the Middle East, to the United Arab Emirates, then Saudi Arabia, then the Haifa port of Israel, and then it goes into Europe. Italy is a very significant part, and then ultimately even to the United States. So this would be, the traditional trading route and the new trading route. And it's not just about trade. It's also about technology. It's about free trade zones. It's about, the way you want to take communication and infrastructure forward. So IMEC is an absolute game changer. Of course, it will take some time to fructify, given the fact that you have tremendous turmoil in Middle East right now. You have turmoil in parts of Europe. So the pace at which it should have moved forward, it hasn't. But when it does, and ultimately this is an idea whose time has come, India is committed to it. United Arab Emirates, they are committed to it. Saudi Arabia, it inked it. It will be on board. Israel's committed to it. So you would need peace in that region, and Europe is committed to it. Italy is committed to it. So this is a huge thing. When it finally takes shape, it will be very good for India, because right now a lot of goods that need to go directly and faster, they would require sea route, land route, safe passages through the land route. So railway lines are coming up in places, right, and they need to come
Gaurav,
up.
we will continue that conversation. Please be with us. I'm coming back to you in a moment because we do have some news coming in at this point in time. And we want to take our viewers to the very latest, and these details and all eyes are on this bilateral that we were just mentioning and talking about, the contours of which have been specified by Prime Minister Modi and the Italian leadership already. This meeting is at 2:45 p.m. today, India, Italy, to exchange key memorandums of understanding here. Prime Minister Modi to meet the Italian, President at 1:45 p.m. is what we are also learning. So there is going to be a meeting with the President at 1:45 and the bilateral with the Italian Prime Minister at 2:45 p.m. today. And several memorandums of understanding is what is going to be signed along the dotted lines, is what we know at this point in time. I'm going to, in fact, go back to Gaurav for more on that story. Of course, it looks like it's going to be a working sort of a lunch. I'll just, in fact, connect with Gaurav. I believe that we do have We have Anil Vadhva, former ambassador to Italy. Thank you so much for your time. A very good morning. Of course, Mr. Vadhva, we are staying with these pictures. Ambassador Vadhva, just talk to us a little about what are your expectations from this meeting today. We've seen these images of bonhomie and friendship between the two world leaders, but just beyond that, talk to us about what could be the possible deliverables as far as this meeting, this working lunch today is concerned. Ambassador.
So I think India and Italy have progressed a lot in the past few years. You've seen that tangible results emerging out of the various visits that have taken place at a very high level over the past few years. I think Italy has emerged as a very important pole as far as the IMEC corridor is concerned. They're also very concerned that progress is not being made because of the West Asia situation right now. Italy would like to actually develop their ports as a gateway into the Mediterranean. And the IMEC becomes very important in that context. And Italy is also very keen that after the hiatus we had between India and Italy, as far as the Marines issue is concerned, that the relationship in the defense field gets back into top gear. So they are investing a lot in this relationship. And we've seen a roadmap which has been developed between the two countries from 2026 onwards till the end of the decade.
That's right.
And as part of the roadmap, this is a very important visit in which a number of these issues that have been discussed already in the past are going to be once again revisited.
You know, what else do you make of the viral friendliness which we see, in these pictures, and what does it mean really for the ties, Ambassador?
So I think there is a lot of goodwill, bonhomie between the two sides. It's reflected in the meetings. I'm sure as the day progresses today, we'll see more of this happening. But at the same time, one must remember that there is hardly any issue which remains, which is an issue of friction between the two. Europe, in fact, as a whole, sees India as an emerging power with which to work with in this part of Asia. And for India, after the India-EU FTA, Europe has emerged as a very important pole with whom to work with for our development technologically and in terms of investments in various fields. Also, in terms of security cooperation, I think Europe is now becoming more and more of a partner than it used to be in the past. And Italy is a very important country to deal with in that respect.
Yes, to my mind also, and let's talk a little about that, this melody moment that we often see obviously also builds a lot of, positive sort of a media narrative around bilateral engagements as well, isn't it? That also works in the right direction.
Yes, it does, because, when you have the personal relationship and the chemistry between the leaders, then obviously things become that much more smoother and percolates down to the bureaucracy, to the other ministers who are dealing with each other on a regular basis. But most importantly, I think the bilateral traffic politically between the two sides has gained a lot of momentum, and this is because both sides see a lot of benefits in engaging with each other in as many fields as possible. So economically and investment-wise, trade-wise, of course, there is a clear roadmap which has emerged, but at the same time, you also have an emerging security relationship and a connectivity relationship through the IMEC, which has become extremely important for the two sides.
At a time when we're seeing a geopolitical upheaval as far as the entire world is concerned, like many other European countries also, Italy is looking at India as an ally during this period, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. You said it, because I was going to just say that, because I think India is seen as a very stable and important partner in Asia as far as Europe is concerned. And after the India-EU FTA in particular, Europe is looking to India to expand this relationship in diverse fields because they see a lot of benefit in engaging with India. It's also a good partner to work with in the wider Indo-Pacific because of the uncertainty which has come about in this part of the world due to the policies of the Trump 2.0, and also the activities of China as far as the aggressive action in South China Sea, etc. are concerned. So Europe definitely looks to work with India, and I think we'll see more of these projects on security side going forward as far as the Indian Ocean is concerned.
All right. I'm going to thank you, Ambassador Vadva, for joining in and sharing your perspective with us on that big developing story. Of course, it's the Melody moment that is getting all the attention. But beyond just that, there is business that the two leaders will be getting down to viewers at 2:45 p.m. today. He is the Prime Minister of India, is meeting with the Italian Prime Minister. And of course, an hour before that, wherein he is going to be meeting the Italian President. Also, that is a meeting that takes place, viewers, at 1:45 p.m. to 2:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time. So that's the meeting that we're going to be looking at. And then another meeting with the Italian Prime Minister, the bilaterals between 2:45 p.m. 5:45 p.m. That's 3 hours dedicated to a bilateral between the two leaders. Of course, there would be then a visit to a food agriculture organization as well. That's between 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. IST. This is the office of the FAO. Then the Prime Minister leaves for India back to Delhi at 8:45 p.m. Indian Standard Time. A little more about the importance of Prime Minister's visit to Italy, boosting India-Italy's strategic partnership. Of course, to build on the Modi-Meloni rapport, deepening defense and security ties, expanding trade and investment links, advances in technology cooperation, strengthens semiconductor partnership as well. The other things that one could be looking at is the promotion of clean energy collaboration, enhancing space and cyber cooperation, supporting India-EU engagement, and reinforcing the Mediterranean outreach. A little more about the agenda for the Prime Minister's visit. Bilaterals with Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. Then review of the defense cooperation. Trade and investment certainly up for discussion as well. Focus on semiconductors and artificial intelligence. Talks on clean energy partnership. Talks on space, cyber and AI. Exchange views on Ukraine and West Asia. Preparation for the upcoming G20, G7 engagements. I'm now going to go back, in fact, go across to Pooja, also getting in more details on that story as we stay with these images. Of course, a lot of business on the agenda, a working lunch at 2:45 p.m. this afternoon, Pooja. But apart from that, these images, let's talk a little about how they've completely broken the internet.
Well, absolutely. The internet is sharing these images, and we've seen the kind of friendship that both the leaders share of Italy and India. But this one is definitely interesting, to say the least. Now, first, Italy was the final stop of the 5-country multi-nation tour that Prime Minister Modi embarked upon. Trade, tech, investment, strategic ties were the focus, similarly in Italy too. But these images, at least 5 of these that have been shared both by Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni as well. But what was noticeable here is the kind of bond and friendship that they share. This is the historic Colosseum that they are visiting in Italy, the history of the city that is being explored. But you can see smiling faces, familiar. And this was reflective of the fact that we've seen earlier pictures as well of Prime Minister Modi and PM Meloni, and they clearly are aware, the Italian PM clearly aware that when these images are shared, the internet, whether it's the memes or sharing, all sorts of discussions happening that happen on the internet on a lighter note, of course. But let's also remember, both of them are the senior leaders of 2 big nations and nations that are stakeholders, whether it's with regard to peace, diplomacy, dialogue, or even on what to say in the conflict. And therefore, important to add here that with this formal diplomatic engagement that kicked off, it was an important evening. There were Nordic summits that happened in Norway. Then he went to Italy. and then a private dinner with Modi-Meloni, in a departure from the standard, usual, rigid bureaucratic system that we have seen at play. These are not simply a handshake image, a photo op that we have seen, whether it was at the BRICS summit meeting in India or even when he was in Norway. You could sense the kind of formal approach. Here you see two leaders of two nations, but also two friends who are meeting. And PM Modi, we have seen even in Abu Dhabi, in Dubai, in UAE when he was there, the kind of bond that they shared, even with MBZ, was reflective. So look at that image on your screen, the smiles, the handshake. I would say, in fact, Prime Minister Modi is slightly more distant and reticent. She's clearly smiling, showing her around, and happy to see where the residence is, the place where, and she's showing here the city in Rome and then the Colosseum as well. So these are, of course, important bonding moments, but reflective of the fact that two leaders on a cordial note are taking their two nations ahead as well together. Sneha.
Well, absolutely. And these pictures are just so much more than photo opportunities. You know, this is soft diplomacy. This is the rapport of two world leaders, which, of course, is going to take the relationship forward, work in favor of both India and Italy. Having said that, I'd like to understand, Pooja, and take our viewers through these details of what are the memorandums of understanding. I understand a dozen of them to be signed today. What are the deliverables? What are we looking at?
Well, that's an important question because we're looking at these images of smiles and friendship that they share. But also let's remember that there are ambitious plans at play here. Very important, at the heart of the summit is an ambitious 5-year joint strategic action plan for 2025-29. Bilateral trade is touching a record $16.77 billion over the past year. So both leaders will want to deepen those economic ties and will also focus on key economic sectors. We're also told the IMEC corridor will be very crucial here, the India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor. Both sides key fast-track infrastructure and operational blueprints of the project. New Delhi and Rome will see IMEC as a transparent and reliable trade route to be talking about. So this is very important. There are, of course, serious work that is being done, but this is, of course, more for social media, I would gather. Both leaders are aware when these images are shared, the kind of friendship that is discussed. And this is the iconic Colosseum also that she took Prime Minister Modi to and showed him around. But let's also understand it, and I would take a bit of freedom here to say that I understand all sorts of memes and visuals and on whether on X or Instagram are floated, but let's also remember that they are heading their nations. They are the prime ministers of their respective countries, so there has to be a certain responsibility also when we talk about them. However, both leaders clearly aware that this friendship is respected and regarded well and appreciated, at least on the internet, Sneha.
Be with us. I'm just going to come back to you in a moment from now. As far as work is concerned, a lot more to be done with India and Italy looking at trade, looking at defense cooperation. Beyond these images, business to be done today, viewers, and that's going to be a meeting with the president at 1:45. It's going to complete at 2:30, I beg your pardon. Then at 2:45 p.m., Prime Minister Narendra Modi meets with his Italian counterpart, Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, with whom he's already had a series of informal interactions, like we've told our viewers already. And of course, the internet has given that information. India woke up to those pictures that have gone completely viral. Perspectives on wide range of subjects that the Prime Minister has already spoken about has been shared with the two leaders. But as far as trade, defense, security, etc. is concerned, conversation around defense and AI, all of that is something that's going to figure in the bilaterals between both the leaders today. Talk to us, Pooja, a little more about what is expected as far as, like I asked you, the memorandums of understanding here is concerned. Trade and defense is going to figure in these talks as well. Artificial intelligence, not surprisingly, also being a part of the discussion. Preparation, Pooja, for the G20, G7 summits also. That's something that's going to figure in the talks as well.
PM Modi, in fact, would be visiting the UN Food and Agriculture Organization headquarters as well in Rome to reinforce the Zero Hunger initiative and underline India and Italy's broader commitment to multilateral cooperation on global food resilience. So this is important because why we are discussing this is, while these are great optics, these are from earlier summits, earlier visits when, in fact, Modi-Meloni had come to India as well. And we saw by then itself the kind of camaraderie, the friendship that they shared, these constant selfies. So what we are putting on one side of the screens are different selfies that have happened over the years. And every time there was a selfie, which initially started by Prime Minister Meloni just putting out how she's having fun in India, meeting her friend Prime Minister Modi. But clearly, I can tell you, and I'm going through some of the social media shares that have happened. Both Prime Minister Modi and PM Meloni shared these images, but the internet has exploded. The kind of responses that have come highlighting the friendship and the details, you can see that both these leaders, warm, friendly, affectionate as to a diplomatic, political level as leaders of their country. And this is important. Social media, lighter note discussions aside, it's very important that two leaders of two countries have to be on the same page when it comes to understanding each other, because that's when they can go ahead and be able to sign on some very significant projects.
Well, absolutely.
Go ahead.
These are details. These are details that Pooja is getting us as far as the two leaders are concerned. Of course, the bonhomie, and we've spoken of that already. The camaraderie and the warmth in the relationship were completely evident from those videos that have gone completely viral. Pictures posted by both the leaders. But as far as business is concerned, the big focus, viewers, I'd like to tell you, is going to be on the India, Middle East, Europe economic corridor as well. And remember, this comes in a backdrop of heavy geopolitical upheaval in the world. In fact, a little about these moments. Now, in the year 2024, Meloni had posted a video with Prime Minister Modi calling themselves a melody, which of course is a wordplay on Meloni and Modi, and we've had so much of those melody moments, but we can't, we can't have enough of that. We want more, certainly, given how these pictures are completely delightful. Take a look.
Hello from the melody. Hello from the melody team. 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 Hello from the melody team.
Okay, hello from the melody team. That's what she said. Now, from strategic ties to viral moments, Prime Minister Modi's visit to Italy is once again putting the spotlight on his much-discussed camaraderie with Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, popularly dubbed as Melody by social media users. I've termed that is, of course, a wordplay between Modi and Meloni. The chemistry between the two leaders has transcended diplomacy and become a global internet sensation. But beyond the selfies, smiles and viral videos lies a deepening India-Italy partnership, which is focused on trade, technology and strategic cooperation. Here's more.
Hello from the melody team.
It is not just about diplomatic association, rather one of the most talked about friendships in global politics, melody. Modi's visit to Italy from May 19th to 21 at the personal invitation of Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni comes at a moment when the India-Italy relationship is quietly but decisively acquiring strategic depth. But beyond strategy, it is their personal bond that has captured imaginations worldwide. Interestingly, Prime Minister Modi has written the foreword for the Indian edition of Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni's memoir titled "I am Giorgia, My Roots, My Principles." Prime Minister Meloni and Prime Minister Modi have often caught the internet's eye for the camaraderie. They first met in November 2022 on the sidelines of G20 summit in Bali. But what fueled the internet was Meloni's arrival in India in March 2023 for bilateral meet with Prime Minister Modi. Many Indians began to pour their love for Meloni on her Instagram posts. What really created the sensation was the chemistry between both leaders at the G20 summit in New Delhi. The smiles and the handshake between the two world leaders became the talk of the town.
Hello from the melody team.
Months later, another video went viral. Hello from Team Melody at the G7 summit broke the internet and racked up over 40 million views, instantly becoming a social media sensation. Even Prime Minister Modi has acknowledged that he's aware about viral melody memes on social media.
जैसे हम दूसरे देशों के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, अगर मैं थोड़ा डाइग्रेस करूं और पूछूं कि मेरा फेवरेट फूड अगर आप पूछें तो पिज़्ज़ा है और पिज़्ज़ा इटली से है और लोग कहते हैं कि आपको इटली के बारे में इंटरनेट पे बहुत कुछ पता है। आप इसके बारे में कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? आपने ये मीम्स नहीं देखे?
नहीं, वो तो चलता रहता है। मैं उसमें अपना टाइम खराब नहीं करता हूँ।
In September last year, the DO had a productive meeting in Johannesburg on the sidelines of the G20 summit. Each Modi-Meloni meeting deepens a friendship that is as personal as it is powerful. Most importantly, the cordial question between the two leaders is not without substance. India-Italy bilateral trade has reached nearly $16.77 billion, making Rome New Delhi's fourth largest trading partner in the European Union. From summits to book prefaces, Modi and Melody camaraderie is fast becoming one of the defining diplomatic friendships in our times. With Atishay Jain, Bureau Report, India Today.
Right, we all woke up to those crazy pictures, in fact, crazy viral pictures that are breaking the internet. Beautiful, delightful moments of the two world leaders. And today, of course, as we told you earlier, it's time for business. The important bilaterals, viewers, at 2:45 p.m. today. And we will be getting you more details on that on the other side of this very quick commercial break.
Character, the taste of success.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky of our own, feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
If you want to scale the media heights, we will teach you the ropes. There is no peak in journalism that our mentors haven't scaled. So look no further. Join our postgraduate diploma programs and gain guaranteed internship and proven placement record with top media houses and companies. For more information, visit indiatodayMediaInstitute.in or call 95600 65465.
Every story finds a place. Every voice gets a platform. Every side has its say. Your channel for every headline. Prime Team on India Today, India's only democratic newsroom.
सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
सात महीने में एक भी राज्य ने, एक भी डिस्ट्रिक्ट ने, एक भी गली ने उनका ऑर्डर माना नहीं है। तो इसीलिए उन्होंने हाथ धोकर के कह दिया कि आज के बाद हमारे पास मत आइए, अब जाइए हाई कोर्ट में। तो अब देखा जाएगा।
डिसअपॉइंटेड है आप? नहीं,
मैं तो खुश हूँ। ये होना ही नहीं था, होना ही नहीं था, क्योंकि जो ऑर्डर्स उन्होंने दिए हैं कोई राज्य का कोई भी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन इसको अमल नहीं कर सकता है। एक तो 1 रुपया सरकार ने नहीं डाला है, दूसरा कोई भी शेल्टर्स इन 7 महीनों में बनाने हैं, तीसरा जो आप कह रहे हो कि रेलवे स्टेशन से कुत्ते हटाओ, आप जाकर के देखिए कैसे हटा सकते हैं हम लोग आते खाने के साथ, दरवाजे हर वक्त खुले हैं। तो फिर आप मुझे बताइए कि कुत्ते नहीं आएंगे तो कौन आएगा? बंदर आएंगे, कुत्ते आएंगे, जहाँ खाना मिलता है वहीं जानवर आता है।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
And some news coming in from the state of Tamil Nadu, where Chief Minister Vijay is open for power sharing in the state. Vijay has invited BCK, Congress, IUML, Indian Union Muslim League to join the cabinet, but no invite for AIADMK to form the government in Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu received power sharing first since 1967. TVK is open for power sharing, invites at least 3 parties, alliance partners to join the cabinet. And these are developments we're reporting on, with gradual updates coming in, but no invite just yet for the AIADMK to form the government in the state of Tamil Nadu. What's brewing? We will be getting in a word from Pramod. I understand he's on the line with us. Pramod, talk to us about what are you hearing about government formation and about the fact that the AIADMK hasn't got an invite.
Shreya, this is a very big development when it comes to the state of Tamil Nadu, because since 1967 and since the Dravidian parties came to power, there has been no concept of power sharing. And in fact, while speaking to India Today, the former Chief Minister M.K. Stalin very clearly said no to power sharing also in our conclave. But right now, Chief Minister Vijay, who came to power stating that he will accept power sharing, has now also stated. It is Minister Adar Varjana who has stated very clearly that they are invited for the cabinet expansion will be announced by the Chief Minister. However, they are inviting Congress Party, and the Chief Minister Vijay wants Congress Party to be a part of the power sharing. And we are getting 2 names. One is Rajesh and the other one is Vishwanathan MLAs who might get berths in the cabinet, Tamil Nadu cabinet. And the next is about VCK, Vidutha Chitragal Kachchi, which has 2 MLAs and is giving external support for VCK, for TVK also to, they are inviting them for part of the cabinet as well. And along with Indian Union Muslim League, probably VCK and TVK, the IUML might get ministerial berths in this particular cabinet, Sneha, which means the TVK does not have to depend on the AIADMK rebel MLAs as well. Because yesterday, Shanmugam, who is the CPIM, the state leader, very clearly said that if TVK gets takes the support of AIADMK rebel MLAs or gives them ministerial berth, he will have to reconsider extending their support, and it will go against the people's mandate, Sneha. So it looks like CM Vijay wants to only concentrate on the support given by Congress, IUML, VCK, and the external support from CPI and CPM, Sneha. However, I also want to highlight that even now VCK and IUML are claiming that they are with the DMK alliance, so probably they have to make their decision at the earliest, Neha.
Be with us. I'm going to come back to you in a moment from now. Pramod Madhav with the very latest on that story. We have a reaction also from Adav Arjuna on the cabinet formation in Tamil Nadu.
சமூக நீதிக்கான அரசாக இருக்கும், மதசார்பற்ற கொள்கையில் உறுதியாக இருப்போம். பண்டிதருடைய மண்டபத்தின் முன்னாடி நாங்கள் உறுதியாகவும் சத்தியமாகவும் நாங்கள் சொல்கிறோம். அதே மாதிரி விடுதலை சிறுத்தைகள் கட்சி தலைவர் அண்ணன் திருமானன் அவர்களை நாங்கள் அழைக்கிறோம் அமைச்சரவையில் பங்கு பெற. மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களுடைய விருப்பமும் அதுதான். ஐயுஎம்எல் நம்மளுடைய இஸ்லாமிய சகோதரர்களும் அமைச்சரவையில் இருக்க வேண்டும் என்பதை நாங்கள் பணிவன்புடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறோம். அதை நாங்கள் தலைவர்களிடையும் வலியுறுத்தி இருக்கிறோம். அது மாதிரி இடதுசாரி சிந்தனைகள் கொண்ட சமூக நீதியின் அடிப்படையில் மதசார்பற்ற கொள்கையில் இருக்கக்கூடிய எல்லோரும் தலைவர்களும் அமைச்சரவையில் வர வேண்டும் என்பது மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சருடைய விருப்பம். அது ஒரு கனவு. ஒரு அன்பான ஒரு எப்படியெல்லாம் ஒரு குடும்பமா இருக்குமோ அது மாதிரி அமைச்சரவை இருக்கணும்னு மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர்.
More news coming in. This is TVK's big remark on the AIADMK rebels. Now, Tamil Nadu minister says rebel MLAs had said they wanted to save AIADMK. Rebels said EPS mortgage AIADMK to the BJP. That is what is being said. Minister Adav Arjuna has said on AIADMK joint cabinet. The faction led by CV Shanmugam came to us and said they wanted to save AIADMK. Told us Edapadi Palaniswamy had mortgaged AIADMK to BJP in Delhi. Shanmugam said he didn't come out because of a desire for power. So they are basically indicating here that AIADMK never really wanted power. They just wanted to be in a position where they aren't really having to answer questions of the BJP and be a part of that particular alliance. Pramod is with us. Pramod, does this really mean at this point in time that the AIADMK is going to be sitting out? It does appear that, isn't it?
Taking the support of AIADMK or giving them any kind of ministerial berths, because even without TVK, seeking the support of AIADMK, they came over and rebel CV Shanmugam team, 25 MLAs, they extended support, increasing the number from 119 to 144. So, like we say, it wasn't like this is actually a comfortable majority for Chief Minister Vijay. However, he had 119 earlier, which means that he had only one number extra of the required number of 118. So, TVK wants to play it very carefully over here, not saying yes or no to them, but claiming that the original TVK and the AIADMK supporters and cadres are with TVK. A similar kind of stance was earlier taken before election, claiming when Congress went ahead with the alliance with DMK, that time to TVK said that the original Congress cadres are with TVK. So similar kind of stance is being taken over there. But for now, in the minister expansion, confirmed Congress has been getting 2 berths. However, they're also inviting VCK and CPIM as well, Sneha.
I'm going to, in fact, leave it that for the moment. Promote that is a conversation that will continue. We're keeping an eye on all those developments. As far as power sharing in the state of Tamil Nadu there is concerned, we're telling you about the cabinet expansion. It does appear that the AIADMK is going to be left out of it for the moment. And you can find the report and much more up on our website to viewers. It's indiatoday.in. You can download the app as well. News continues on the other side with me right here. Thank you for watching.
सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Character, the taste of success.
इस वक्त हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं गिरिबाला सिंह जी। बात करने के लिए जो आरोप त्विषा के परिवार की तरफ से लगाए गए थे, काफी कुछ बातें इन्होंने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में भी कल कही, लेकिन परिवार अभी तक अंतिम संस्कार नहीं करवाने के लिए शव ले रहा है। इस पर आपको क्या लगता है, क्योंकि अब तो एक हफ्ते से ऊपर हो गया?
मुझे तो ऐसा लगता है जस्ट माउंटिंग प्रेशर। दे चाह रहे हैं कि समर्थ जेल चला जाए, दे चाह रहे हैं कि मेरी बेल एंटिसिपेटरी खारिज हो जाए, चाह रहे हैं कि सब जितना गलत हो सकता है हमारे साथ हो, जबकि हमारा तो एक उसूल रहा है कि जो हमारे पास आया, हमारे संसर्ग में आए, लोग कहते थे आपका तो माइडस टच है, जो आपके संसर्ग में आता है उसका कुछ बेहतर ही बन के जाता है। मेरे ख्याल से मेरे को यही गलत फहमी थी कि बच्चे के साथ कुछ अच्छा होगा, लेकिन इनके सब दखल, इनके कारनामों के कारण आज बच्चे की इवन सुकून नहीं मिल पा रहा, उस बच्चे को मिट्टी नहीं मिल पा रही है।
आपने मैम कल भावुक होते हुए ये भी कहा था कि हर परिवार चाहता है कि उनके घर में एक छोटा बच्चा है, और कल जब प्रेगनेंसी को लेकर के आपने बात की, उस वक्त आपने भावुक होते ये भी कहा कि बच्चा वो चाहती नहीं थी और इसलिए उसने एमटीपी ट्रीटमेंट लिया।
उसने तुरंत शुरू कर दिया था कि मुझे बच्चा नहीं चाहिए, मुझे बच्चा ऐसा लगता है मुझे मार रहा है, मैं मर जाऊंगी अगर बच्चा होगा, ये उसने शुरू किया। तो वी सेड लेट अस गो इन फॉर प्रॉपर काउंसलिंग। एक प्रोफेशनल हेल्प की जरूरत होती है। एक अगर बालिग स्त्री कहे कि मुझे बच्चा नहीं चाहिए आफ्टर मैरिज, तो कोई तो कारण होगा, और कोई कारण जानने के लिए वो सिंगल सेशन भी हो सकते हैं। साइकियाट्रिस्ट के पास भी गई, गायनेकोलॉजिस्ट के पास भी गई, तो उसका वहीं से तो शुरू हुआ। हमें जानकारी हुई कि शी वाज कंज्यूमिंग मारुआना, उसने एडमिट किया मेरे सामने ही।
और सिजोफ्रेनिया का कब पता चला मैम?
एंजाइटी का लिखा है उसके पर्चे में, और जो दवाई दी अगर आप उसको वो चेक करेंगे तो दैट इज गिवन फॉर ऑल दीज पेशेंट्स, मैनिक डिप्रेशन एंड शिजोफ्रेनिया। ठीक है, मैं एक्सपर्ट नहीं उस दिशा में, तो इसलिए वही कर बता पाएंगे। यस,
आप लोगों ने 8 लाख रुपए करीब जो है ट्रांसफर किए, जिसकी बैंक डिटेल्स भी आपने कोर्ट में सबमिट कराई हैं। क्या आपके एडवोकेट की तरफ से ये डिमांड आ रही है कि बैंक डिटेल्स निकलनी चाहिए त्विषा की?
बिल्कुल निकलनी चाहिए। वी नीड टू नो वो पैसा कहाँ खर्च हुआ है।
लोगों के ऊपर 2 लाख के आरोप लगाए उन्होंने,
और 2 लाख रुपए तो हम क्यों मांगेंगे? देयर इज नो यूपीआई ट्रांजैक्शन जो वो दे रहे हैं, हम क्यों मांगेंगे? 2 लाख इज माई सैलरी, तो हम क्यों मांगेंगे इस तरह से पैसा, जब हम ऐसे परिवार से जो हम अपना राइट्स भी रेलिंक्विशमेंट करके बैठे हैं ससुराल पक्ष से भी, तो देयर इज नो क्वेश्चन एट ऑल।
जो एलिगेशन उनकी मान कर लगा रही है कि मेरी बात हो रही थी त्विषा से, अचानक से फोन कट गया, देन सडनली हाफ एन आवर के बाद पता चलता है कि वो नहीं रही, ये इन एलिगेशन।
मदर ने जैसे ही फोन किया, हम लोग तो सब ऊपर नीचे जा रहे थे, दौड़ रहे थे, कहाँ गई, तो अब देखा बिटिया को, तो देन वी ट्राई टू सेव हर। तो इसलिए इस तरह से उनका हरकत, इट्स रियली बैड, इट्स कॉज्ड लॉट ऑफ पेन।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
A very good morning. You're watching India Today Television. I'm Sneha Murdani. Let's get started with the headlines. Our top focus is going to be on the Melody-Milan movement in Rome. Let's tell you what's making news at 11 this morning. Prime Minister Modi and Meloni take a tour to the iconic Colosseum after sharing a car ride and dinner in Rome. Meloni welcomes friend Modi with a candid selfie on social media. Prime Minister Modi may meet Trump at G7 summit amid the war. Trump to attend the G7 summit. Prime Minister Modi is at G7 summit amid the war. Trump to attend the G7 summit. Prime Minister Modi as well has been invited. Modi-Trump the 17th of June. Uncertainty looms over West Asia. Uncertainty looms over West Asia. Another big claim by Donald Trump says postpone strikes on Iran, says Iran is begging to make a deal. Vance asserts Iran can't have nukes. Tehran refuses to bow down, says ready for any military pressure. Falta repolling less than 24 hours away, but TMC candidate Jahangir withdraws, says won't block Falta's development. TMC alleges intimidation by the BJP, accuses EC of turning a blind eye. CM Shivindu Mok says Pushpa jhuk gaya. There's outrage over Muslim lady wearing shoes in a temple. Muslim woman enters Karnataka temple in footwear. Tourists have objected, say religious sentiments have been hurt. And we have some news just coming in at this point in time. It's got to do with the Muslim body's big appeal against cow slaughter. It's an appeal from the Furfura Darbar Sharif, where they say Muslims in Bengal should refrain from sacrificing cows this Bakri Eid. That is what is being said by Pirzada Toha Siddiqui of Furfura Sharif, issuing this appeal to Muslims. No cow sacrifices this year, he says. I appeal to everyone not to purchase cows, quote unquote. This is Toha Siddiqui's statement. The BJP government has issued strict guidelines regarding the sacrifice of cows. Adhering to these directives makes the act of sacrificing a cow a difficult undertaking. Therefore, to avoid getting embroiled in any disputes and to ensure that there are no disruptions or unrest on the day of the sacrifice, Pirzada Toha Siddiqui of the Furfura Sharif has appealed to the Muslim community to refrain from sacrificing cows this year. Toha Siddiqui has suggested sacrificing goats or any other animals instead of cows. Furthermore, he has also raised questions regarding the export of beef from India to foreign countries. Says India ranks second globally in beef exports. Cows are slaughtered in factories owned by our Hindu brethren for export, yet no laws appear to apply to them.
ভারতের দ্বিতীয় মুসলিম তীর্থভূমি ফুরফুরা দরবার শরীফ থেকে বলছি আমরা এবছরে কুরবানি দেব কিন্তু গরু কুরবানি দেব না অবশ্যই আইনকে সম্মান জানাতে হবে
Is getting in more details on that story. In any case, in West Bengal, like in many other states of the country, cow slaughter is banned. Here, the Muslim body is saying that let's not do anything which isn't allowed in any case, isn't it? However, at the same time, Anupam, raising concerns about how beef is exported from India and no rules seem to be applying to those people who are in the business of this, isn't it?
Well, yes, this is not the first time a Muslim cleric has appealed this. We have seen that 2 days back, the cleric from Nakhuda Masjid, Maulana Kazmi, has also appealed to all Muslims in Bengal not to sacrifice cows this year during the Bakrid. And they have also raised questions on why the same law will not apply to the persons, those who are involved in export of beef. Because what they are saying that India is the second largest biggest exporter of beef, and most of the factories owned by Indians are Hindus, non-Muslims, but they are not being the law is not being applicable to those, but law is only applicable to the poor Hindus and poor Muslims. That is what these clerics are saying, and we have seen Toha Siddiqui has appealed from Furfura Sharif. Furfura Sharif is a very pure shine of Muslim in West Bengal, and he has appealed to all Muslims in West Bengal not to sacrifice cow this year, rather sacrifice goat or some other animal, as law is applicable this time and police is enforcing the law. But he has also raised questions about those who are involved in export of beef. So there is a contradiction in the law. That is what he is saying, and other clerics also are referring to this kind of contradiction in the law.
That for the moment, Anupam Mishra getting in those details, of course, putting the spotlight on how there indeed is a contradiction in the law that is being spoken about by the Muslim cleric there. So ahead of Eid, a cleric has appealed saying that there should be no cow sacrifice, and this is along the rules in the state of Bengal. There should be no one embroiled in any sort of a controversy or problem, is what the Muslim cleric has appealed here. However, has said that there is beef export that goes on in the country. Listen in from the Furfura Sharif Pirzada Siddiqui.
ভারতের দ্বিতীয় মুসলিম তীর্থভূমি ফুরফুরা দরবার শরীফ থেকে বলছি, আমরা এবছরে কুরবানি দেব, কিন্তু গরু কুরবানি দেব না। অবশ্যই আইনকে সম্মান জানাতে হবে।
And we have more news coming in at this point in time and telling you about a bike rally which is for putting the spotlight on the Twisha case. Ex-servicemen on bikes on the roads of Bhopal, where chorus is growing for justice for Twisha. Husband is absconding and a lookout notice has been issued. Mother-in-law has been giving certain statements regarding Twisha's mental state of mind. But the demand for justice here continues. The husband has gone missing. No answers as to where he is at a time when we do know that there is, in fact, a warrant against him, a non-bailable warrant against him. A bike rally on your screens at this point in time, putting the spotlight on this case and speaking about the injustice for Twisha. It's a bike rally that we're seeing. I'm going to go straight across to Ravish, getting in more details. इस पूरे मामले में रवीश, अभी ये दावा किया जा रहा है परिवार वालों की तरफ से कि ये इनजस्टिस था, मारपीट भी होती थी त्विशा के साथ में, डाउरी भी एक एंगल है इस पूरे मामले में। हस्बैंड कहाँ है ये एसआईटी को इस समय पता नहीं है, लेकिन बाइक रैली इस समय निकाला गया है जस्टिस फॉर त्विशा के लिए। रवीश,
बिल्कुल, और इंडिया टुडे भी उस बाइक रैली में इस वक्त मौजूद है। ये तमाम एक्स सर्विसमैन हैं जो भोपाल में रहते हैं, और क्योंकि त्विशा जो है वो एक आर्मी के मेजर की बहन है, तो इन तमाम लोगों ने, ये जो एक्स सर्विसमैन है, इन्होंने त्विशा को अपनी बेटी माना है, अपनी बहन माना है। और ये तमाम एक्स सर्विसमैन और साथ ही आर्मी से जुड़े हुए तमाम लोग जो हैं आज वो भोपाल की सड़कों पर उतरे हैं। और ये आप देख सकते हैं इस तरीके के पोस्टर उनके हाथ में है, जस्टिस फॉर त्विशा, और जो अक्यूज्ड है उनके खिलाफ एक्शन हो, एक्सपोज होना चाहिए उन तमाम लोगों को। इस तरीके के पोस्टर साथ में लेकर के तमाम एक्स सर्विसमैन आज भोपाल में निकले हैं, और इनकी आज जो मेजर डिमांड्स है वो है कि त्विशा को जस्टिस मिलना चाहिए, जो अक्यूज्ड हैं उनके खिलाफ एक्शन होना चाहिए, और साथ ही में जो आपको बता दें कि आरोपी हैं उसे जल्द से जल्द गिरफ्तार होना चाहिए, क्योंकि फिलहाल जो समर्थ है वो अब तक एब्सकॉन्डिंग है। तो ये तमाम एक्स सर्विसमैन यहाँ पे आज भोपाल की सड़कों पर उतरे। हम बात भी करते हैं उनसे। सर, ये बाइक रैली आप लोग आज कहाँ कहाँ जाने वाले हैं? श्रीवास्तव जी, आप सबसे पहले बताइए, क्या आप क्योंकि लीड कर रहे हैं इसे, क्या आज की आप लोगों की तैयारी है इस रैली को लेकर?
सर, अभी हम लोग जो रैली लेके जा रहे हैं वो 3 लोगों के पास जा रहे हैं, डीजीपी साहब के पास, सीएम साहब के पास और गवर्नर साहब के पास। और हम ये मानते हैं कि इस प्रदेश के अंदर ये 3 इसके मुखिया हैं, उनसे हम रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहते हैं कि इसको जो है मतलब इसको ठीक कराइए और सही जांच कराइए। और
क्या आखिर हो क्या गया कि 8 दिन तक आरोपी पकड़ में नहीं आया?
ये तो पुलिस बताएगी सर, हम क्या बताएंगे? हमको दीजिए, हम तो फौज होती तो कब की पकड़ के रख देती।
ये आप देख सकते हैं, और भी आज ही बताइए
सर। बात होगी, बाद में करते हैं, अभी सर से बात कर लेंगे।
चलिए ठीक है। तो फिलहाल यहाँ पे आपको बता दें कि जो डीजीपी से मिलने के लिए 5 जो रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स हैं आर्मी एक्स सर्विसमैन, उनको ले जाया जाएगा। पुलिस यहाँ पे पहुँच गई है और इन्हें लेकर के डीजीपी कैलाश मकवाना जो है उनके पास ले जाया जाएगा और वहाँ जाकर के ये जो अपनी डिमांड है एक्स सर्विसमैन की तरफ से ये सामने रखेंगे और बताएंगे कि कैसे फौजी की बहन के साथ ही अगर इंसाफ में इतनी देरी हो रही हो तो फिर बाकियों के साथ क्या हो रहा होगा। और इसके बाद इनका कार्यक्रम है कि यहाँ से मुख्यमंत्री निवास या फिर गवर्नर हाउस जाकर के उन्हें भी मेमोरेंडम सौंपे, उनसे मुलाकात करें और इस केस की फास्ट ट्रैक इंक्वायरी या सीबीआई से इंक्वायरी की मांग ये लोग करें।
हमारे साथ रविश पाल सिंह getting in those details and joining us from Bhopal at this point in time. We have more news coming in as far as Twisha Sharma's death is concerned. Let's take a look at these developments at this point in time. Emotional tributes are paid to Twisha at a college in Pune where friends are demanding justice. Students and faculty members paid an emotional tribute to Twisha Sharma at a college in Pune. Remembering her with teary eyes, her friends and classmates said she should get justice, calling for a fair investigation and accountability in this entire matter.
त्विशा फाइटर थी, उसने सारी चीजें इवन फ्रॉम कॉलेज डेज से लेकर जो भी अचीव किया है अपने दम पे किया है और काफी हद तक इवन दो वो डायनामिक थी, शी वाज आल्सो वेरी ग्राउंडेड। तो आई डोंट थिंक कि वो ऐसा कोई स्टेप ले सकती। त्विशा फाइटर थी, उसने सारी चीजें।
And India chorus they're growing for justice for Twisha Sharma, who's found dead under mysterious circumstances. In fact, this was being seen as a case of suicide of the young woman who was recently married. We just told you, viewers, about how military veterans, ex-servicemen, Twisha family members are also actively protesting, demanding fresh, independent post-mortem and investigation outside of Madhya Pradesh, even as this case is getting investigated. In her own college in Pune, Twisha's friends, her former classmates, are demanding justice for Twisha.
त्विशा बहुत मेंटली स्ट्रॉन्ग थी और जैसे मैंने बोला कि वो लोगों को मोटिवेट करती थी, वो लोगों को उठाती थी, तो वो मेंटली डिस्टर्ब हो सकती है अगर जिस हिसाब से जो भी घटनाएं घटी है। हम ये अब इमेजिन कर सकते हैं कि शायद कुछ उसकी शादी के बाद हुआ हो जिस वजह से वो डिस्टर्ब हुई हो। अदरवाइज़ जो त्विशा को मैं जानती थी, जो वो 6 महीने पहले थी शादी के पहले जो लड़की थी, वो कोई मेंटली डिस्टर्ब होने वाली लड़की नहीं थी, ना वो ऐसी कोई लड़की थी जो ईजिली किसी भी छोटी मोटी चीज़ से डिप्रेस हो जाए।
Twisha's doctor has broken his silence. Speaking to India Today, psychiatrist Dr. Satheesan Trivedi has confirmed Twisha was his patient, but he obviously declined to share details of the treatment and the medicines she was taking, citing patient confidentiality. However, has confirmed that he referred Twisha for counselling as well, saying stress and mood swings are common these days. Added that he will share details of the treatment with the police or the court if asked. Twisha's friends have arranged a prayer meeting at her college as well. In Pune, they paid tributes to her. We've accessed CCTV footage showing Twisha's final moments, and it captures her climbing the staircase at her marital home. It shows at least 3 men, including her husband, Samad Singh, attempting CPR before carrying her body down the stairs to a lower floor. Twisha's mother-in-law also appears in this video.
देखिए, इम्पॉर्टेंट बात यह है कि निश्चित तौर पर वो मेरे पास ट्रीटमेंट के लिए आई थी, लेकिन पेशेंट की फाइन डिटेल्स देना, उनकी मेडिकल हिस्ट्री देना, उनकी दवा के बारे में जानकारी देना, और ख़ासकर जब ऐसा कोई मामला चल रहा हो तो वहाँ पर हम पब्लिकली इस बात को कहीं पर भी नहीं बोल सकते। जहाँ पर भी जो न्याय प्रक्रिया है उसका अगर जहाँ पर भी मेरी ज़रूरत पड़ेगी तो वहाँ पर मैं उस बारे में बात कर सकता हूँ, जो भी मेरे पास जानकारी है। जितने भी मानसिक स्वास्थ्य से जुड़े हुए मुद्दे रहते हैं वहाँ पर दवा और काउंसलिंग दोनों का रोल होता है, तो लगभग हर पेशेंट में कारगर होती है, तो हम सभी को सुझाते हैं। मैं केवल उनकी बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, लगभग सभी पेशेंट्स में काउंसलिंग काम करती है।
आप लोगों को जानते हो जो आपकी करीब है, आप उनको जानते हो कि आप लोग लाइफ में क्या गलत कर सकते हो, क्या सही, राइट? इतना गलत त्विशा नहीं कर सकती। वो इतनी स्ट्रेंथ, इतनी मोटिवेटेड, पढ़ाई में अच्छी, बॉम्बे में उसने इतना कुछ अचीव किया है, तो हमें पर्सनली लगता है कि सुसाइड नहीं है। एंड हम यही होप करते हैं कि ये सुसाइड नहीं हो, क्योंकि फिर कहते हैं ना कि त्विशा हमारे में थी, वो इमोशनल हो जाए।
Meanwhile, Twisha's mother and mother-in-law made serious allegations against each other. Listen in.
ऐसा लगता है जस्ट माउंटिंग प्रेशर दे चाह रहे हैं कि समर्थ जेल चला जाए, दे चाह रहे हैं कि मेरी बेल एंटिसिपेटरी खारिज हो जाए, चाह रहे हैं कि सब जितना गलत हो सकता है हमारे साथ हो, जबकि हमारा तो एक उसूल रहा है कि जो हमारे पास आया, हमारे संसर्ग में आए, लोग कहते थे आपका तो माइडस टच है, जो आपके संसर्ग में आता है उसका कुछ बेहतर ही बन के जाता है। मेरे ख्याल से मेरे को यही गलत फहमी थी कि बच्चे के साथ कुछ अच्छा होगा, लेकिन इनके सब दखल, इनके कारनामों के कारण आज बच्चे की इवन सुकून नहीं मिल पा रहा, उस बच्चे को मिट्टी नहीं मिल पा रही है। उसने तुरंत शुरू कर दिया था कि मुझे बच्चा नहीं चाहिए, मुझे बच्चा ऐसा लगता मुझे मार रहा है, मैं मर जाऊंगी अगर बच्चा होगा, ये उसने शुरू किया। तो वी सेड लेट अस गो इन फॉर प्रॉपर काउंसलिंग। एक अगर बालिग स्त्री कहे कि मुझे बच्चा नहीं चाहिए आफ्टर मैरिज, तो कोई तो कारण होगा, और कोई कारण जानने के लिए वो सिंगल सेशन भी हो सकते हैं, साइकियाट्रिस्ट के पास भी गई, गायनेकोलॉजिस्ट के पास भी गई, तो इसका वहीं से तो शुरू हुआ। हमें जानकारी हुई कि शी वाज कंज्यूमिंग मारुआना, उसने एडमिट किया मेरे सामने।
जी 10-15 दिन से ज्यादा हो रहा था, वो मेंटली टॉर्चर करता था बेटी को, कुछ भी बोलता था, कुछ भी सुनाता था। फिर अभी 13 तारीख को बोली मम्मी आप आ जाओ प्लीज, मुझे ले जाओ। तो हमने टिकट खरीदी थी 13 तारीख की, तो उनकी मदर इन लॉ ने, गिरीवाला सिंह ने हमारी टिकट कैंसिल करा दी। मेरे पास भी सुबह फोन आया था कि आप अभी क्यों आ रहे हो, गर्मियों में सर्दियों में आना, थोड़ी बारिश वारिश हो जाए। तो मेरी बेटी थोड़ा इमोशनल थी, मम्मी बोली कोई बात नहीं आप थोड़े दिन बाद आ जाना, बोले जब तक इसका मूड सही हो जाएगा समर्थ सिंह का, क्योंकि वो इनको है ना सुनाने के, मेरे हस्बैंड को सुनाने के लिए बैठा हुआ था गंदा गंदा। फिर 13 तारीख को बेटी का फोन आया, नहीं मम्मी आप अपनी टिकट कैंसिल करो, मैं खुद आ रही हूँ 15 तारीख को। 15 तारीख का वो रिजर्वेशन था उसका अजमेर आने का, हम लोग बेटे के पास में थे अजमेर नसीराबाद। तो 12 तारीख को तो वो पता चला वो खत्म ही हो गई, वो बिल्कुल।
Twisha's cousin exclusive on India Today in conversation with my colleague Twisha Sharma.
The lawyer of Twisha's in-laws has claimed that the family had transferred 8 lakh rupees into her account for her day-to-day expenditures, so she had handy money. You'd like to respond to that? Anything that you knew of?
No, not really. I don't know about the transaction and the money being transferred to her and where she used it. As far as I know,
because the family and the lawyer is now saying that you should get to the bottom of where she was spending all this money.
Oh, absolutely. If they transferred 8 lakh rupees, okay, tell us what she was buying. I also want to know what she did with that money. 8 lakh rupees is a huge amount of money to be spent. And Twisha, as I know, she has been into the industry, but you would not see anything in her cupboard, in her belongings, that would be like, massive and luxurious. I knew her. She was a simple girl. Second point, why did the lawyer got so aggressive when we spoke about the other daughter-in-law who is divorced? He got so aggressive. In Hindi he said, "Aapka divorce nahi hota, inka divorce nahi hota." The media then had to intervene and said, "No, sir, divorce doesn't happen in a day." He got so furious and he freaked out after this allegation that the other daughter-in-law also left the house, and I think she stayed in the marriage. I don't know the fact whether she stayed for 6 years or 5 years. Then she walked out of the marriage, and she is, I think, supposedly she's also a lawyer. So ask them, where is your other daughter-in-law? He freaked out. If you go back to the interview, he freaked out. And Girwala Singh is dressed up, her sari, prim and proper sari and everything, and she is just prepared, like, how I have to give the interview. Whereas if you see Twisha's mother, she is dying every single day. My sister is in the mortuary right now. She has turned into something that is beyond unrecognized. She was such a pretty girl, and now she's lying in the mortuary because of these monsters. Where is Samarth Singh? Ask her, if she's such a renowned lawyer and she knows the law, where is your son? Why are you hiding your son? Bring him out.
Meanwhile, a shocking twist has emerged in the alleged dowry death case of 33-year-old Twisha Singh that's triggered outrage across Madhya Pradesh. A mental health angle has surfaced after a doctor's prescription allegedly showed medicines linked to schizophrenia treatment. At the same time, a new CCTV video showing Twisha's final moments before her death has intensified this controversy even further.
The death of Twisha Singh, who was found hanging at her marital home in Bhopal on May 12th, raises several disturbing questions. While protests demanding justice grow louder, investigators are now examining fresh evidence, including CCTV footage and medical documents linked to psychiatric treatment. The CCTV video from her marital home shows Twisha's final moments before her death. In the video, Twisha is seen climbing the staircase inside the house. Later, at least 3 men, including her husband, Samarth Singh, are seen attempting CPR before carrying her body downstairs. Twisha's mother-in-law, retired district judge Giribala Singh, can also be seen in the footage. The video has now become a crucial part of the probe being carried out by the Special Investigation Team on allegations of dowry harassment and suspicious death. But even as questions mount around the circumstances leading to Twisha's death, the family of the accused has strongly denied all charges. Twisha's mother-in-law has made a series of sensational claims. She alleged that Twisha was dependent on narcotic substances, was undergoing psychiatric counseling and treatment, and became irritable without drugs. Twisha's parents have rubbished charges levelled by Giribala Singh.
10-15 दिन से कुछ ज्यादा हो रहा था। वो मेंटली टॉर्चर करता था बेटी को, कुछ भी बोलता था, कुछ भी सुनाता था। फिर अभी 13 तारीख को बोली मम्मी आप आ जाओ प्लीज, मुझे ले जाओ। तो हमने टिकट करी थी 13 तारीख की। तो उनकी मदर इन लॉ ने, गिरीवाला सिंह ने हमारी टिकट कैंसिल करा दी। मेरे पास भी सुबह फोन आया था कि आप अभी क्यों आ रहे हो, गर्मियों में सर्दियों में आना, थोड़ी बारिश वारिश हो जाए। तो मेरी बेटी थोड़ा इमोशनल थी। मम्मी बोली कोई बात नहीं, आप थोड़े दिन बाद आ जाना। बोले जब तक इसका मूड सही हो जाएगा समर्थ सिंह का, क्योंकि वो इनको है ना सुनाने के, मेरे हस्बैंड को सुनाने के लिए बैठा हुआ था गंदा गंदा। फिर 13 तारीख को बेटी का फोन आया, नहीं मम्मी आप अपनी टिकट कैंसिल करो, मैं खुद आ रही हूँ 15 तारीख को। 15 तारीख का वो रिजर्वेशन था उसका अजमेर आने का। हम लोग बेटे के पास में थे अजमेर नसीराबाद। तो 12 तारीख को तो वो पता चला वो खत्म ही हो गई वो बिल्कुल।
मुझे तो ऐसा लगता है जस्ट माउंटिंग प्रेशर। दे चाह रहे हैं कि समर्थ जेल चला जाए, दे चाह रहे हैं कि मेरी बेल एंटिसिपेटरी खारिज हो जाए, चाह रहे हैं कि सब जितना गलत हो सकता है हमारे साथ हो। इनके सब दखल, इनके कारनामों के कारण आज बच्चे की इवन सुकून नहीं मिल पा रहा, उस बच्चे को मिट्टी नहीं मिल पा रही है। उसने तुरंत शुरू कर दिया था कि मुझे बच्चा नहीं चाहिए, मुझे बच्चा ऐसा लगता मुझे मार रहा है, मैं मर जाऊंगी अगर बच्चा होगा, ये उसने शुरू किया। तो वी सेड लेट अस गो इन फॉर प्रॉपर काउंसलिंग। एक अगर बालिग स्त्री कहे कि मुझे बच्चा नहीं चाहिए आफ्टर मैरिज, तो कोई तो कारण होगा, और कोई कारण जानने के लिए वो सिंगल सेशन भी हो सकते हैं। साइकियाट्रिस्ट के पास भी गई, गायनेकोलॉजिस्ट के पास भी गई, तो इसका वहीं से तो शुरू हुआ। हमें जानकारी हुई कि शी वॉज कंज्यूमिंग marijuana, उसने एडमिट किया मेरे सामने।
Meanwhile, pressure is mounting on the police to arrest Twisha's husband, Samarth Singh, who remains absconding. His anticipatory bail plea was rejected on Monday. For Twisha's family and protesters on the streets, question remains unchanged. Was this a case of sustained harassment leading to death? And is an attempt being made to shift the narrative after the tragedy? Bureau Report, India Today.
And we have more news coming in. Let's tell you about the TVK's big remark on AIADMK rebels, where the Tamil Nadu minister said, rebel MLAs said they wanted to save AIADMK. Rebels said EPS mortgage AIADMK to the BJP. Minister Adav Arjuna has made a statement on AIADMK. The big question is, are they going to be getting an opportunity to join the cabinet? The faction, which is led by Twisha Sharma, this is the AIADMK faction, came to us and said they wanted to save AIADMK. That's what the TVK is saying. Said that Edapadi Palaniswamy had mortgaged AIADMK to the BJP in Delhi. Twisha Sharma said he didn't come or join the government because of the desire for power, join hands with the TVK with the desire for power, but more for saving the AIADMK. Cadres have understood joining with BJP was equivalent to suicide.
நாங்கள் கட்சி அறிவிக்கும் போதே எங்களோட தலைவர் சொல்லியிருக்காரு புரட்சி தலைவர் அவர்களை எந்த அளவுக்கு விரும்புகிறாருன்னு. புரட்சி தலைவர் எம்ஜிஆர் உருவாக்கக்கூடிய கட்சி, அங்க இருக்கக்கூடிய தொண்டர்கள் எப்பொழுதும் தமிழக வெற்றி கழகத்தினுடைய தொண்டர்களோட எப்பயுமே ஒரு அன்போடு இருப்போம். ஆதரவோ இல்லை இதுக்குள்ள வந்து பின்னாடி வந்து ஒரு 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 அரசியல் காரணங்களோ கிடையாது. அதை வந்து ஒரு தோல்மையுடன் தான் நாங்கள் பார்க்குறோமே தவிர மித்த திமுகவுடைய அதிமுகவுடைய பிரச்சாரம் மாதிரி இதில் எதுவும் கிடையாது. அந்தந்த சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினர்கள் யாருக்கு வந்து சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுங்கிறது அவங்களுடைய உரிமை. அதை வந்து சி.வி. சண்முகம் தலைமையிலான குழு வந்து அவரு வழி நடத்துறாரு. அவரு அடுத்த செயல் திட்டங்கள் என்னன்னு அவர் அனௌன்ஸ் பண்ணுவாரு. சட்ட சிக்கல் இருந்து அவர் ஃபேஸ் பண்ணுவாரு. அந்த கட்சி நல்லா இருக்கணுங்கிறது எங்களுடைய ஒரே வேண்டுகோள்.
I'm going straight across to Pramod, getting in more details. Pramod, talk to us about what you're hearing as far as the AIDMK joining, not joining this government is concerned. Every indication from the TVK that they might just not, isn't it? Of course, the invite hasn't gone out to them, is what we know.
It clearly is that way, Sneha, because you could very clearly say that, Adhav Arjuna, who very openly said that the Chief Minister Vijay and TVK wants the Congress party to join them, wants VCK to join them, and wants IUML to join them, claiming that they are the people and the leaders who fight for social justice. Very clearly wants to stay away from AIDMK when this question was put forward, because 25 MLAs from AIDMK have extended their support, but looks like TVK wants to keep them a little, at a proper distance, because yesterday CPIM's state leader very clearly said that if TVK decides to go ahead and take the support or add them to the cabinet, CPIM will immediately reconsider about supporting this particular TVK government. So that will become a little bit problematic, because the optics might entirely change, Sneha. And the another important aspect is that the issues within TVK is not yet over, which means the T25 rebel MLAs might support the TVK government, but their postings and everything inside the party comes under the control of Edappadi K. Palaniswamy, which they are trying to rectify, because the General Secretary has a supreme power within the party. And now the rebel MLAs are calling for a General Council meeting where a new General Secretary probably could be chosen, or extending support to TVK can be officially decided. So that needs to be resolved even before TVK goes ahead and decides to take their support or not, because it might turn problematic for the 25 MLAs itself, Sneha.
Back to you in a moment from now. Pramod Madhav with the very latest on that story. Does appear clearly that the AIDMK may just be sitting out this time around. And in related developments, let's tell you a little more about how the alliance backing his government appears to be showing signs of strain. Speculation over a possible AIADMK entry into the government, triggering a fresh political storm, with the CPM issuing a sharp warning, even hinting at a possible withdrawal of support. Earlier, Shanmugan P mounted pressure on the TVK government, cautioning Vijay against any move to induct AIADMK into the cabinet, emphasizing that voters rejected both the DMK and the AIADMK. Left leader has said TVK must stay committed to its promise of clean governance. The numbers in the assembly explain why the alliance arithmetic matters. It's a 234-member house currently functioning with an effective strength of 232. The majority mark stands at 118. TVK on its own has 106. With outside support on the left parties, 2 from the CPIM and CPI. Along with backing from the allies, the coalition crosses the halfway mark with a strength of 120. Well, if the AIADMK's 47 MLAs were to extend support or join hands with the TVK, the alliance tally would jump to a formidable 163. Even as such a move risks alienating the others, the left particularly deepening tensions within the ruling camp.
வெளியிலிருந்து ஆதரவு தருவது என்கிற முறையில் இடதுசாரி கட்சிகள் விடுதலை சிறுத்தைகள் அறிவித்திருக்கிறார்கள். அந்த அடிப்படையில் ஆட்சி என்பது அமையப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. அதிமுகவை அவர்கள் அமைச்சரவையில் சேர்த்துக் கொள்வதோ, அவர்களுடைய ஆதரவை தொடர்ந்து பெறுவது என்பதோ மக்களுடைய தீர்ப்புக்கு எதிரானது. அவர் சொல்லியிருக்கிற கிளீன் கவர்னன்ஸ், ஏற்கனவே அதிமுக திமுக அணி ரெண்டுக்கும் எதிராகத்தான் மக்கள் வாக்களித்திருக்கிறார்கள். அத்தகைய அணியினுடைய ஒரு ஆதரவை பெற்று தாவேகா என்பது ஆட்சியில் தொடர்வது என்பது மக்களுடைய தீர்ப்புக்கு விரோதமாக அமையும். மீறி அவர்கள் அதிமுகவுடைய ஒரு கோஷ்டியை சேர்த்துக் கொள்வதோ, அதிமுகவோடு சேர்ந்து கொண்டு ஆட்சி அமைப்பதோ என்கிற முடிவுக்கு தாவேகா செல்லுமானால் நிச்சயமாக எங்களுடைய முடிவை நாங்கள் மறுபரிசீலனை செய்வோம்.
I'm going back to Pramod. Pramod, the risk here is a big one, that the others would get upset. The allies would be alienated if at all the power sharing is extended to the AIADMK, and if they end up joining the government and the cabinet, isn't it?
To be honest, sources within TVK itself very clearly say that even though the MLAs are rebels and they do not want to be a part of BJP, they cannot be completely trusted. One seems to be the kind of a notion within TVK netas very clearly, because they state that if anyone wants to support the government, they are okay to accept their support. But imagine if something happens like this, and if these 25 MLAs stay back, CPM, CPI exits, and probably VCK and IU will also exit, which means they will have to rely on either Congress or AIDMK MLA, which means there are high chance of AIDMK coming with 25 MLAs seeking more of the government share and such, as now the Chief Minister has extended support to Congress, VCK and IUML to join the party. So that will mean that the absolute power will not be within TVK or the Chief Minister, and it will go to an extent to AIDMK. And considering how these MLAs have worked earlier, and also several MLAs also have several pending cases on their names, especially ED cases and such, this will definitely not go well with the clean governance note that is being given by TVK's leader and the Chief Minister Vijay. And this is what's being highlighted by Shanmugam as well. So in a clear way, Shanmugam is giving a proper kind of explanation, stating that if this happens, we will have to reconsider our support, and it will also definitely go in a very completely odd manner with the state people as well, Sneha. So considering that, only it looks like now TVK wants to maintain, even though they are accepting the support and such, they want to maintain neutrality when it comes to the rebel AIDMK MLA, Sneha.
Leave it there for the moment. Pramod Madhav with the very latest on that story. It remains to be seen eventually what happens. But for the moment, the TVK not mincing their words and saying that, listen, AIDMK never really wanted to be a part of the cabinet. What they really wanted was to rid the AIADMK of the Bharatiya Janata Party's influence. And that's why the rebel faction broke out. Shifting focus now a little about what is happening in the state of Kerala. Well, from fiery political debates to full-blown meme culture, Kerala politics has found its newest viral star. Its Chief Minister, Vijay Satheesan, is now trending online as the Pookie CM after his reaction to a question on vehicle modification exploded across social media. What began as an election promise on legalizing safe vehicle modifications has now turned into reels, memes and massive youth support online.
Keralam's newest internet sensation isn't a movie star or a social media influencer. It is Chief Minister Vijay Satheesan, now lovingly dubbed the Pookie Chief Minister by social media. And in perhaps the biggest political vibe shift Keralam has seen in years. The state has gone from having the image of a stern, serious Chief Minister to now embracing a meme-worthy, reel-friendly Pookie Chief Minister. The viral moment came during a press conference announcing the new cabinet when Satheesan was asked about one election promise that struck a major chord with Keralam's youth, vehicle modification.
നടക്കുമല്ലോ പറഞ്ഞതൊക്കെ നടത്താനല്ലേ നമ്മൾ വന്നിരിക്കുന്നത് അല്ലേ ഞങ്ങളെല്ലാവരും വന്നിരിക്കുന്നത് ജനാഭിലാഷങ്ങളെ യാഥാർത്ഥ്യമാക്കാനാണ് ചെറുപ്പക്കാരുടെ ആഗ്രഹങ്ങളെ അവരുടെ ആഗ്രഹങ്ങളെയാണ് അല്ലാതെ വെറുതെ വോട്ട് കിട്ടാൻ വേണ്ടി പറഞ്ഞതാണ് പറഞ്ഞ വാക്കിന് വ്യവസ്ഥയിലേക്ക് പിന്നെ
The promise struck a chord online, and now his candid reaction to the question is all over social media. For many youngsters, it is not just about modified vehicles, but about finally feeling understood.
എക്സോസ്റ്റ് വെച്ച് മോഡിഫിക്കേഷൻ ചെയ്യുന്നത് നല്ലതായിരുന്നു. ലീഗലായിട്ട് ഉള്ള എക്സോസ്റ്റ് ഉണ്ടല്ലോ, അതൊക്കെ നല്ലതാണ്. എക്സോസ്റ്റ് മോഡിഫിക്കേഷൻ വേണ്ട തീരുമാനമാണ്. മോഡിഫിക്കേഷൻസ് എന്തായാലും വരേണ്ടതാണ്.
Government and people both should keep in mind that they have their own responsibility. So if they are doing it in such a way that they are not harming others, then everyone can enjoy their freedom and they can do that kind of styles and everything.
From campaign promise to policy buzz to full-blown meme culture, Vijay Satheesan's political honeymoon is now playing out one reel at a time. With Shibi Mol KG, Bureau Report, India Today.
There is seriously no doubt of viral moments, isn't it? And talking about viral moments, we'll get you more on another one breaking the internet completely. The Prime Minister is in Italy, and guess what? It's the Melody moment also, which is now going crazily viral. The Prime Minister and the Prime Minister of India and Prime Minister of Italy take a tour to the iconic Colosseum after sharing a car ride dinner in Rome. Melanie is welcoming Prime Minister Modi with a candid selfie on social media. We're telling you all about that in just a minute.
You are watching India Today.
करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Character, the taste of success.
This has come out as a curb on consumption, which by no stretch of imagination, either politics or economics is good, because a curb on consumption will lead to lesser economic growth, it will lead to lesser government revenue.
Right.
I don't think that is the intent of the government.
करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
Well, other countries have come to me and they've said we were getting ready to do a very major attack tomorrow. I put it off for a little while, hopefully maybe forever, but possibly for a little while, because we've had very big discussions with Iran, and we'll see what they amount to. I was asked by Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, and some others if we could put it off for 2 or 3 days, a short period of time, because they think that they are getting very close to making a deal. And if we can do that, where there's no nuclear weapon going into the hands of Iran, I think, and if they're satisfied, we will be probably satisfied also. We've informed Israel. We've informed other people in the Middle East that have been involved with us. And, it's a very positive development, but we'll see whether or not it amounts to anything. We've had periods of time where we thought pretty much getting close to making a deal, and it didn't work out, but this is a little bit different. Now, we're ready going tomorrow, very big, and not something I wanted to do, but we have no choice because we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. Yeah.
Watching India Today.
And we have more news coming in at this point in time. India's Naib has successfully tested Suryastra rocket system with 300-kilometer strike capability for the Indian Army. It's a big boost for the Indian Defence Forces and private sector firm has successfully carried out the firing demonstration of the Suryastra rockets of 150 kilometers and 300 kilometers range in the ITR Chandipur, Odisha. Well, the rockets achieved an accuracy of 1.5 meters and 2 meters respectively during the firing trials. The demonstration, of course, is a part of the procurement order placed by the Indian Army on the company Naib Limited. I'm going straight to Shivani for more on that. Break this down for us. With the Suryastra rocket system passing key trials here, what next?
See, this is a part of the procurement already in line for the Indian Army, and these rockets have successfully shown their capabilities, their accuracy. These are two ranges, 150 kilometers and 300 kilometers. So when we talk about the 150 kilometer range of rocket, it has shown an accuracy and it can pinpoint the target at 1.5 meters in that area. And 300 kilometer range rocket will hit a target at an accuracy of 2 meters. So that means this is a successful firing trial of these rockets that are already under procurement for the Indian Army. And these are by Naib, which is a private firm, which is a Pune-based private firm, Sneha. And we know that Indian Army is aggressively moving ahead with its procurements in terms of its strike capabilities. And these rocket procurements are also a part of that drive.
We'll leave it there for the moment. Shivani Sharma getting asked the very latest on that big story. India testing 300 kilometers strike capable rockets, and this is a big success, also a boost for India's long range firepower. We have those images on your screen, also the Suryastra trial that you can see in these pictures at this point in time. 150 kilometers, 300 kilometer rockets successfully tested. India moving ahead in indigenous rocket capability, and that is what is the best part about the successful testing of the Suryastra rocket system here. Naib Limited successfully test firing the Suryastra Universal Rocket Launcher System at the ITR in Chandipur, validating long-range precision. The company has received the purchase order in the month of January under emergency procurement as well. The Suryastra trials mark major defense milestone here, with 150 kilometer and 300 kilometer rockets successfully tested. Well, the trials have validated Suryastra's long-range precision strike capability, with the rockets achieving exceptional precision across all ranges. Is what we know. This accomplishment highlights Naib Limited's focus on indigenous defense technology and the efforts to strengthen the position with India's growing defense manufacturing ecosystem. And the big question here is whether the Suryastra system precision capabilities position Naib Limited as a competitor to establish global rocket artillery manufacturers for export contracts. Right now, I'm making in India. And this, of course, is the focus on indigenous defense technology to strengthen our own country's position. I'm going to, in fact, go back to Shivani for the very latest on that story. Talk to us a little more also about the timeline for the full-scale production, delivery of the Suryastra system here. Shivani.
See, Sneha, the Suryastra is the long-range rocket system in 2 ranges, and it is being made in India by the indigenous company, the Pune-based company Naib. And after the successful trials of these rocket systems, they will be a part of the Indian Army after the quality checks and the desired capabilities that the Indian Army had sought for. We must understand about the timing that after Operation Sindoor, there has been a lot of focus on enhancing the firing capabilities, not only in terms of army, but also procurement of these missile systems for various other forces, be it the Indian Air Force, be it the Indian Navy. So in all the services, there are procurements going on to make ourselves more capable. More rocket systems, more missile systems are being procured. For that matter, we also know that the drones are also being procured by the Indian Army. Every soldier would have one drone, and the training is also going on. So when we talk about Suryastra rocket systems, very soon after these firing ranges and firing trials, they will be a part of the Indian Army and the deployments will start. So this is how the Indian Army is moving ahead in its procurements, not only in terms of its rockets, but also these drones and multiple other procurements that are going on, Sneha, right now. So this is the capability development that the Indian Army is working on. And we also see a lot of projects are in the pipeline, not only for the Army, but the Indian Air Force and for the Navy. There are inductions that will be seen in the coming months for all the three services. And these Suryastra trials also show how the fast tracking of these projects has been done by the Army. So the pipelines are shorter, the timelines are shorter, and there's a lot of focus on enhancing the firing capability and adding more teeth to the firing regiments of the Indian Army.
I'm going to leave it that for the moment. Shivani Sharma breaking down those details for us. India's Naib successfully testing Suryastra rocket system with 300 kilometers strike capability for the Indian Army there. And more news coming at this point in time. We're telling you about a speeding BMW car crashing in Donapola, hitting several vehicles. This accident has taken place in Panaji, where a luxury BMW M340i car traveling at high speed collided with several vehicles in the road in quick succession. The impact of the collision created an atmosphere of panic and fear at the scene. Vehicles involved in the accident sustained severe damage. Taking immediate action in the matter, the Panaji police have registered a case against the driver of the car. The police have booked the driver for negligence and for speeding, and further legal investigations are underway. Well, this marks the third such incident on the roads of Donapola within the last 2 months. The driver's negligence remained evident even after the accident, driving under the influence of alcohol. The BMW driver struck 2 or 3 other cars. Even in the aftermath of the crash, began verbally abusing local residents and other motorists. The driver's arrogance reached an extreme level, hurling insults at the locals. He asked who doesn't get into an accident. Subsequently, he personally called his father to inform him about this. Even in the presence of the police, the BMW driver's arrogance showed no signs of abating. Police have currently taken the driver into custody and have registered a case against him. Tension erupted at a historic temple in Badami town of Bagalkot district after a video surfaced showing a Muslim woman sitting inside the temple premises wearing footwear. The woman, identified as Roshni Mustafi, was confronted by a Hindu woman tourist, leading to a heated argument. The tourist reportedly objected to the footwear inside the temple, questioned the woman over respecting religious sentiments. Following the verbal altercation, the woman was seen crying and making a phone call. The video of the incident has now gone viral on social media.
Authorities to make a rule. Why should you ask the authorities to make a rule? I am not instructed. You are common sense. Common sense. One day ಮಾತಾಡ್ರಿ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ತೆಗೀರಿ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ತೆಗೀರಿ. ಇಂತವರೆಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕಬೇಕು ನಾವು. ಫೇಸ್ ಅವ್ರ ಮಂದಾಗ ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ ನಮಗೆ. ನಾವು ಯಾವಾಗ ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟಾಗದ್ರಿ? ನಾವು ಯಾವಾಗ ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟಾಗದ್ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಅವ್ರು ಒಬ್ಬಳೆ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆರ್ಗ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ತೆಗಿಯೋ ವಿಡಿಯೋ.
Sagai has more on that story. Sagai, take us to the details of what happened here.
In this particular incident, tension erupted at the historic temple in Badami, the town of Bagalkote, when a Muslim woman who has been identified as Roshni Mustafi was confronted by people from Hindu communities, and especially she was a tourist, and the person who confronted was also a tourist, and she has asked, why are you wearing a slipper and entering the temple, and which has escalated, and she has a girl who was from a different community has argued with her, and later on it was into a verbal altercation. The woman was seen crying and making a phone call after this particular incident.
Latest on that story, it's a case of a woman wearing shoes inside a temple, and that is the outrage which was caught on camera.
I am not instructed. You are common sense. Common sense. One day ಮಾತಾಡ್ರಿ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ತೆಗೀರಿ. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ತೆಗೀರಿ. ಇಂತವರದೆಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು ನಾವು. ಫೇಸ್ ಅವ್ರ ಮಂದಾಗ ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ ನಮಗೆ. ನಾವ್ ಯಾವಾಗ ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟಾಗದ್ರಿ? ನಾವ್ ಯಾವಾಗ ಒಗ್ಗಟ್ಟಾಗದ್ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಅವ್ರು ಒಬ್ಳೆ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆರ್ಗ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ತೆಗಿಯೋ ವಿಡಿಯೋ. ನೀವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ತೆಗೀರಿ ವಿಡಿಯೋ. ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಯು ಟೇಕ್ ವಿಡಿಯೋ. ನಿಮಗೆ ಪೈಸಾ ಬರೋದು ಪೈಸಾ.
It's the Melody-Milan moment in Rome. Prime Minister Modi met his Italian counterpart Giorgia Meloni over dinner. The two leaders visited the Colosseum and even shared a car ride. Prime Minister Modi shared pictures of his meeting with the Italian Prime Minister. Meloni, on the other hand, took a selfie with her friend Prime Minister Modi and shared a special post on social media with a caption that read, "Welcome to Rome, my friend." Prime Minister Modi will next meet the Italian President and also hold bilateral talks with his Italian counterpart and participate in other diplomatic engagements before departing for India. The Modi-Meloni bonhomie has become a defining diplomatic talking point in recent years. Interactions between the two leaders have drawn attention since 2023. Their latest meeting is expected to further deepen India-Italy strategic ties. This visit comes amid strong momentum in India-Italy relations, with both sides actively advancing the Joint Strategic Action Plan 2025-2029, a broad framework for cooperation across multiple sectors. These include trade, defense, security, clean energy, innovation, science, technology, and people-to-people exchanges.
Traditional chemistry between leaders at the highest level always helps. And in this case, as the Italian Prime Minister herself has put it, we have a melody. And I will go one step further and say that it is a singularly fascinating melody. Now, as regards the relations between the two countries, I was ambassador there 97-2000, and Italy has a lot to offer, and India also has a lot to offer to Italy, because, there is scope for collaboration in higher technology, including AI, and during my time, there were negotiations about submarine vessels, rescue vessels, and the historical, cultural relationship between India and Italy is of great interest.
So I think India and Italy have progressed a lot in the past few years. You've seen that tangible results emerging out of the various visits that have taken place at a very high level over the past few years. I think Italy has emerged as a very important pole